This is really nerve-wracking. Hold on, chat, hold on. I'm doing something. There we go. Okay. Yo, Asian Africa. I forgot all the lyrics. Now I'm on stream. There only one. You can have. You want my sister? You can find it. I left all things at my place. This man, I can't fucking do this shit. Come aboard, bring along all your Aryan sperm. Together with family, once you marry her. Neon. Condoms left behind, they'll only slow us down. That car could be your guide. Raise the shaft and ease it down. That legendary child. For 9 months reveal the legendary. I forget the rest of this part. Through all the intercourse, through the pleasure of clear skies, know that I will be there, stand by you, so I know you'll come inside. So long, bring along all your Aryan sperm. I forget the last part, so fuck this. Fuck that. Oh, guys. Actually, it's probably still recording the Discord audio. Hold on. Yep. Oh. Sorry about that. Yes, today we're doing a very fun stream today with a very special guest. Oh, we're doing Resident Evil today, aren't we? Yeah, we're doing Resident Evil. Hold on, let me keep this audio. We'll just keep it low. I'm sorry, I have the Chris Redfield memes stuck in my head. I can't get them out as much as I want to. We can't. It's fucking. But I do have a special guest here today. He's actually starting right now. Hold on. I'm having in the Live League. Yeah, this is a very special occasion. Let me keep this up. Yeah, we're gonna be going on tour in Africa right now. Like, we're going on tour in Africa playing RE5 with Doggywara. Bobby, this is really sorry to. Oh my god, this is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be so bad. Let's fucking do this, bros. Anyways. Oh, he's saying something up here. Give him a moment. Sorry. Anyways, let me see if I can. I'm gonna message him. We'll have complete global saturation. Fuck. This stream's already a mess. I love it. I gotta wait for a bit. Give him a second. Yeah, we're playing Resident Evil 5. I don't know how far we go. Anyways, here he comes, online now. Doggy, you live.
I'm aware. I'm aware of my liveness.
I mean,
I
you know,
mean this to the
my
public.
part too, but yeah. We're gonna be playing Resident Evil 5. How ready are you? How ready are you?
About as ready as someone being aimed at by a sniper from 19 miles away.
Perfect.
Wait, hold on. I need to
Perfect. This is amazing.
Thing.
This stream is going fantastic.
Streamer scuff. Hold on. Oh my fucking god.
You have to love it, Chet. Chet, you have to love it. Thank you, Doggy. Thank you, Doggywara. Be nice to him. Be nice to him.
Actually.
Be nice to him.
Give
him money. Give him money so he'll shake his tits in front of you.
No. No tits. Hold on. I actually okay. Let's see.
Anyways, I actually don't have his. I don't have his own.
I'm fine. Okay, I got really stressed about the audio.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I apologize. I got really stressed.
I can't believe you've done this. You've ruined the stream. It's over.
I'm never. Stream. I thought the streams I even fucking do by myself.
We are done. It's over. That's a joke.
Okay.
Anyways, that's Chris Redfield punching a boulder. That's not what I want. Can I get?
Wow, my game is a black screen. So wow, that's a start to the stream.
That is a very amazing start. I'm going to keep the music, this audio on.
I did what I was supposed to do. I tested this, so it's the game's fault now. Okay. Yeah. No problem. No. Did my game crash?
Hold on, he's having technical difficulties, chat.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I'm smart. It's okay.
I mean,
I can figure this out. Oh, why? I need to pull up Task Manager.
That's not his accurate size.
The game won't turn off.
There we go. That would be more accurate.
How do I like Task Manager in my life? Like, what are the logistics of pulling up Task Manager in real life? Oh, that's solo living.
Yeah, I do Task Manager all the time. I end up having to use it all the time. Sometimes I even crash during live on stream. It just happens, bro.
Christ. Okay. It's like I do this, but now I need to look at OBS. Yeah. Man.
Gotta select.
Easy, they say.
Gotta select the Resident Evil, and you gotta forcefully crash it.
Forcefully crash it?
Yeah, you gotta crash the boat.
You have to crash it first for it to work.
Yeah. Sometimes it be that way. Oh god.
Alright.
I love how all my streams are disasters. I love it.
It's a different kind of content.
It's great.
Okay.
I think it just shows this off very well. No.
Okay. You're in game.
Nevermore.
Custom match.
If you want to try for twins, Leon, just for Claire. Leon. Sorry, I have the music playing in the background. It's like instinctive. I need to actually get started before I start this again. It's gonna keep happening.
We need to get started. We have to get started.
I need to get started, or else I'm gonna keep saying about how Chris Redfield's going to force Leon to fuck Claire.
Okay. We refresh. What the fuck?
All right, let me set this up in game mode.
Help me! I don't know how to play the game anymore, man. We tested it. I'm just looking.
It's over, chat.
It's fucking.
I'm gonna have to leave him around. This is
okay.
This is fine.
You'll only need to leave me around for like fucking 5 minutes. I will literally get my grounds the moment I learn if my controls are fucked or not.
Hell yeah.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I got an S rank on that. What the fuck?
Yeah, you did. You did for the test. You got a fucking S rank.
Oh my god, I forgot this blue gems too. Shit. Fuck.
My left went right. My right went no. My up went right. My down went left. My left went up. My right went down.
Okay, what about you up?
My up went left. My right went down.
Oh my god, this is worse tank controls.
This is worse than tank. Yeah.
This is the worst tank controls. This is not even functional tank controls. This is scramble.
The scary part is that I can figure it out. I just need time, but it's gonna look like dog shit.
I mean, I think I said it before when we were testing it. Yeah, anyone can figure it out. It's just, how long is it gonna take? Do you want very mode, normal mode, or amateur mode?
You can put me on whatever you want. I'm scared that my directional inputs are going to be fucking horseshit, and I'm gonna
pick normal because I feel like this is going to be a challenge already.
It's already a challenge because I'm here.
Yeah. Alright, let me invite.
It's already a challenge run.
Alright, let me see here.
Alright. It's okay.
How do I
we got this. We're gonna win in some shape or form. It's just gonna be,
Back here? Wait, I need to probably create the session. Then we can... There we go. Yeah, we've got a little bit to start chat. It's fine. Let me invite the dog man into the game.
Give me
my serial killer pitbull is here today with me.
Hi, Squishy. Welcome to the fucking chat. You are experiencing peak fucking.
This is amazing.
You are experiencing peak fucking stuff. Oh my gosh.
Please give him.
Please be
patient.
Sure those starving African childs. Wait. Make sure those starving African childs know I cleaned my plate because my mom. Because
my mom told me so.
Mom told me about... Who's the homie? That's Ugoku Kage.
That is me. I am Mr. Ugoku Kage. I am the mall ninja today, leading around Mr. Doggywara.
Yeah, he's actually gonna have to fucking leave here.
Once Doggy
I know
gets
I very rarely do collabs, but like he's gonna figure it out.
Yeah, once Doggy gets used to controls, he will absolutely dominate this game. I'm sure, right? I'm being nice to him because he hates it. Listen.
You have like 30 minutes of me figuring out.
Chat, you need to be nice to this man. You need to be nice to this man, so he's in absolute pain.
No, I'm a bad
call him a good boy.
Nah.
Call him a fucking good boy.
Don't appreciate me, man. Stop. Waiting for reply. Okay. Organized.
I'm sorry. I like to fuck with people a lot.
Don't tell me I'm a good person. It hurts. Why is that on the screen? Oh my gosh.
I'm the kind of man that leaves minefields for friends, and then basically tells them, "What? You didn't see a little small, tiny LED on the floor?"
The way that I garner relationships is that I want to simply do good things, and that's it.
No, wait,
I just want to do the good things.
Ah, I gave him a grenade. Drick.
We are in trouble.
We're not in trouble.
Oh, my controls are dog shit.
Yeah, we've done this since the test, Doggy. I told you, remember, back at 12, I told you to fix the controls.
I'm in so much trouble.
You had several hours to fix them.
I'm not making excuses, man. I fucked up. I'm just gonna deal with it in real time.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go!
We're gonna
let's shoot some Africans! Yeah!
Fuck yeah! Fuck minorities! Let's go! Twitch, that was a joke.
That was a joke.
Twitch, that was a joke.
That was a joke.
By minorities, I mean people that are smaller than me. That's why that. Oh, I'm in trouble. Well, too late now.
Oh lord.
Fucking we ball. Please let me. Just.
Exit? Yeah, I'm ready. I am ready. I've always been ready. We're starting right at the beginning. It just says it like that. I don't know why it does. It scares the shit out of me if it does that too, because I keep thinking, oh, exit the fucking game?
Yeah, I keep thinking I'm gonna leave the lobby.
Yeah, that's terrible prompting. 1 year after Leon left for Spain.
We're being isekai to Africa, boys. What are we gonna do?
Is it isekai? If I isekai, I'm going to die firsthand.
It's okay if I die in Africa?
I mean, I sure hope it's quick.
That shit ain't gonna be quick, man.
I mean, this
Okay,
ways. Anyways.
What? Sexy Birdman! Sexy Birdman! Sexy Birdman! Oh,
I'm not gonna tell him.
that's not good. That's actually really bad.
Tentacles.
Okay.
Here. We secured the underground route.
We should work on that.
But we're not gonna secure anything because, we don't have any, we don't have, like, a primary route of forces here.
We
This
we
is
can't
Africa,
secure
but-
shit because we literally don't know enough.
Yeah.
We don't know enough. So we can't actually make fucking routes.
It didn't take long after the fall of the.
We can take their firepower into account.
Yeah.
But even then, what do we do,
A new
right?
era of bioterrorism descended
Wait,
upon
so,
vulnerable
wait, after
countries,
Resident Evil 4,
shifting the balance of power throughout the
Umbrella
region.
just decided to, like, hand out, like, anthrax
People in
files
the
to everyone
destabilized
that was
areas
buying.
soon feared another incident.
You get
Oh my God.
anthrax! You
What
get
the
anthrax!
As
You
panic
get
spread,
Ebola! You get
governments of the
super
world
Ebola!
turned to the global
Everyone gets
And
to
then
test
you
on
die.
drugs! Yeah!
formed the anti-terrorism unit BSAA.
Hold on, I need
Bullshit
The
association.
BSAA were sent to infiltrate and neutralize bioterrorist hotspots, restoring safety and stability
Well, yeah, I
to
don't
various
think-
regions around the globe.
I don't think Africa was ever not a bioterrorism hotspot. I don't think Umbrella had anything to do with that.
Oh, look how it just happened.
Oh, Sheva.
Your reputation.
You know,
It's
it's
me.
Mr. Redfield. It's an honor.
Hold on, they want this to
Just
be
Chris.
done on the lowdown, right?
You'll be accompanied
So here's
to
my
the
question.
destination.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tensions
Why would
running
you send
high
Chris
ever since the
Redfield?
change in government.
I'm not sending Chris to fucking anywhere, bro. I
No,
would send
why
Leon.
did-
I'll send fucking Claire. I'm not sending fucking Chris of all people.
I know. Why did the BSAA send Chris
I'm sure you'll
Redfield?
do just fine. Partner.
They're stupid as shit. That's why Shiva never comes back.
Yeah, Shiva never comes back after. That's so sad. Press F to pay respects to
You
Shiva.
okay?
I actually pay my respect to Shiva because they went through something. But like, I would sooner send Ethan.
Ethan!
See, Ethan makes sense
Yeah,
because no one knows who Ethan is.
The long years I've struggled.
Ethan doesn't even have combat history.
More
He's
and
like,
more, I
yeah,
find
he has a
myself
complete
wondering,
civilian lifestyle. You
it's all
could
worth
actually
fighting
use him as a
for.
double agent.
Yeah,
Maybe one day
he
I'll find out.
Ethan is not effective, but he has the willpower to keep going. So you
Eh.
can teach him.
He's already been taught. Oh yeah, he touches her ass
Let's go.
and then bribes him. He's $500 for touching my ass.
There is one thing I do know. I have a job
Hey.
to do.
You ever imagine that Chris could fucking kill you at any given point? I can't wait to see what my controls are like right now. I can't wait to figure out how to have fucking actual schizophrenia in gameplay.
Oh yeah. Hold on, we gotta go harass the locals.
Shit, man, I do that every day. Alright, that guy is way to beat my ass with a boomerang? What is
No,
that?
that's a cookery.
That's a cookie? No, there was something on...
It's a hooked blade. It's a curved
My
blade.
controls are still...
Coming in loud
Oh,
and
shit.
clear, Kirk.
Yes, we
Hold
read
on.
you.
Wait, no, this...
Come on, I'm letting you follow me. Come on.
Alpha team has already infiltrated the area.
Okay.
You will be going into
I swear to God, if I play this whole game
butcher shop.
like this, no one can tell me I'm not fucking cool as shit. No one can tell me.
Copy.
This removes human direction from video games. Oh my God.
How do you feel right now? With these controls.
I feel like dog shit. This is literally the same as when we
God.
my down goes left. My
Okay.
up goes... My up... I'm sorry, my up goes left.
Hey,
My down goes right.
hey, what you doing? What you doing that?
My
red,
left-
sir? Why you going this water drugs, huh? Why you looking
Okay.
at nothing?
You know
He's
what?
looking, he's looking at nothing, look. It's like, he's looking
Hold
at
on.
me, but then like when I walk past him, he's like looking at nothing. Just sitting there, like patting the cookie.
Where's my knife? I remember now. Hold on, I'm remembering.
Oh look, we interrupt the local beatdown. Look at that.
You're not gonna jump me. I'm leaving.
Hey, nice plank.
Let's go this way.
It's actually a
Up
really
goes this
crappy
way.
plank. You should probably look at better plank.
I'm leaving.
Why? They were being nice. They were looking at us. They're letting us
I
join
don't.
in.
No, they weren't. They're dark. I'm not. All right. Twitch, I'm sorry.
He was gonna say.
I'm sorry, Twitch.
He has a hard time. Listen, he has a hard time retaining his gamerisms than I do. Please be nice to him.
Okay. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna figure out our controls are like that scene in Naruto where Kabuto gets electrocuted and his fucking entire nerves
Are reversed.
Yep. I'm just gonna figure it out.
By the way, I don't know Naruto. I've only watched like 5 episodes of it. Despite being a
You've only watched 5 episodes of Naruto? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't watch Naruto.
It's not that you watch it, it's that you have not watched it.
I mean, I've only watched like little bits of it, and I've only gotten through other friends.
What the heck? Okay, Naruto's worth fucking watching.
Good. Oh man.
You're both here.
I don't know.
He doesn't have on shoes.
Oh. Wait, what? Who doesn't have shoes?
He doesn't have on shoes. The guy that we just talked to. He's stinky.
But yeah, he works in a meat shop.
But yeah, Naruto.
Naruto, yeah. Naruto, I've never really. I don't know. I haven't. I think I've only watched a few episodes and got glances of it, and then I hear it from other people. So I only know the Sharingan does like the future read stuff because other people told me about it. Like it sees 3 seconds into the future for Sasuke to dodge. I'm just thinking, wow, that sounds really bad. Cool.
Come on. Naruto is
He has
Naruto's
to.
fine.
He has to. Chat, he has to like do a series of button commands so he can get his gun out.
Oh!
Please.
Yes. How do I confirm the weapon? Okay. So we hit that, and then we hit this, right? So I have to remember, weapons exist.
I think it's a Beretta. Just a little cheap
It's
Italian.
Beretta.
Yeah, Beretta.
Town square's up ahead. Go through there. Alpha team's waiting at the deal location.
That's a terrible place to go through. I've said it before the test. That's still a terrible place to go through. Take. If you're
You were
Asian,
telling me to go.
Something about
go to the center of town. That's already.
Doomsday sounds
You know,
about right.
we just saw like a person getting beat to death in a bag.
Kidding, right?
You must find them.
This area is already dog shit, and you're just asking me to go to more dog shit. That's kind of ridiculous, right?
That's
like
terrible.
I'm not insane. I think.
I mean, we are insane, but we have to be logically insane.
Yeah, there need to be method to our madness.
This is not method. This is just like walking into like the pit bulls.
Remember,
Then.
we're a team. Whatever happens, we stick together.
What the heck?
I may not be as big as you, but I can still hold my own.
Also, yeah,
This is gonna be a run.
I may not be as big as you. What do you mean by that, Shefa? She just pulls it out.
Move.
Kill me.
I'm gonna do it.
You're just gonna look at the body.
Come on!
Okay, come on.
Come on. Okay.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
yeah if you do that and you press it, you respond back. Why is this here? This game has a lot of dead ends. Wait, try to open this door normally? No.
You gotta kick it.
Yeah, you can kick it. Yeah, you just press it twice, remember?
Come on!
I've had deer. You need like a lot of fat to make it taste good.
Wait,
Like a-
deer? I've
Deer?
never had deer. Wait, no, I've had deer, but it was deer jerky.
They have to add fat to it because it's really high in protein. Well, it's mostly like 100% protein.
Oh, so it's really lean.
Very lean.
All they do is pop off. Okay, got it. They just fucking move.
Come on.
Yeah. All they do is move and eat like vegetables and berries. Or like grass.
Yosh, ikuzo.
Ikuzo! Johnny!
Up, down.
Anyways, let's get to the man meat scene.
My controls. I'm going to like actually
He's gonna lose
fuck up my existence. I'm gonna learn this shit in 30 minutes, and I will play every game like this.
He will play incorrectly forever. I wasn't joking about force-feeding a person man meat.
We don't have to do this thing.
Wide.
We don't have to do this. This is the first time in history I've seen Africans eat. Twitch is gonna ban me for this shit.
Twitch, I am associated with this man. You can also ban me.
Twitch, I've done nothing wrong. I've only said literal facts.
He's only said.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
You okay? You watched it happen.
This is
He
like-
said, "Are you okay?"
This is like watching the guy's head get caved in, and you go, "Are you okay?" Like as he's like dying on the
It's
ground.
Silent Hill. It's Silent Hill 2.
I think we had this discussion, but yes, Chris Redfield is absolutely a himbo. Again, int in wisdom is a dubstep.
He's fucking retarded. Shut the fuck up. Come here. Come here. I will learn these controls just to kill you. Die. Be mad.
Holy shit!
I know just
that
enough.
was a double team. That was so mean.
I know just enough to kill you. Die.
Gang up this motherfucker. Just kick,
Didn't look
punch
like
him
any
and
zombies
kick
I've ever
him.
seen.
Kick him in the nuts.
I don't think I'm ever gonna use my gun because I'm scared to use it.
I could give you ammo there. By the way, you know the way up?
The way out is the window. It's the window. My brain says it's the window. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to jump out the window. There's ammo.
I don't know if I'm gonna make much use of the ammo, but
You're gonna learn to aim with it anyways, because you're gonna need to learn to aim with it anyways. So I don't give a shit. It's
Okay.
You might as well have it because you're gonna need more than I do. Man, I love going down alleyways that are totally not filled with people with axes and clubs
the enemy.
and with diseases.
This is an interesting situation, isn't it? Let's see. We go left with up, right with down. You know, we're in a crisis situation, so this goes right. Easel, nice. Let's go.
Why am I sniping with a pistol?
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, Sheffield always closes the
Come in,
door.
Kirk. The locals were hostile.
Okay,
We had to use force.
we're in trouble.
We don't have any
No, we're
contingency
fine.
plans for
This
this
is normal.
situation.
No
do
one
we,
after
Kirk?
days.
Roger on the locals, but your orders still stand.
You
I
still
won't think of
have.
myself. Up
You
goes
s-
left.
You expecting this?
We still have to be in Africa. Two people can kick this in.
Shove
Up goes left.
Let's see, oh yeah, don't forget that healing your friend heals you as well. So it's cheaper
Oh,
that
so
way.
I wasted resources. Okay.
I mean, it's not really. If you're the only one hurt, you might as well.
What the? Oh.
Gold. Ooh, shiny.
Right.
Ooh,
Yes.
gun. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, I'm actually gonna learn how to fucking play this game on my controls.
You sound like your brain is scrambled right now. Like you're.
My brain is not scrambled. The problem is that I'm learning how to do this.
Okay. Well,
That's not good. Not your average kitchen. That's no shit, Sherlock.
here we go. Oh lord. I love this. This is hilarious.
Okay, so what we do is we just push forward. Right goes left.
Hey, you want some
Understood.
turkey?
Yo, shh. The enemy. The enemy.
You want the
Yeah,
arm? The arm tastes like the arm would be really lean. The
Oh.
the stomach would probably be like the most tender part. Like that.
Did
that
you
air-
know
Yeah.
that cannibalism is a topic I am very well versed in?
Hmm. Do you watch
Cannibalism.
Ashley Aaliyah?
Do I want to eat her?
No, I said do you watch her, but now I know you want to eat her.
I do watch Leah because she keeps making fucking content about cannibalism every fucking several months.
She is one of those girls, yeah. Just give me your last piece of ammo. Yeah. Okay. You pick this stuff up because I got 4 stacks, 2 stacks right now.
This one?
Shove
This one.
Yeah.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Let's go! Come on! Do it!
Dang.
I really love, what's his name from Dust. It's like the Dust Eggs' own character or something. Rise of the Triad had him. It's just the guy that goes, come on, give me! Come on, do it! Come on, give me! Okay, we gotta push the shelves as soon as this cutscene's over.
Oh, yep, this looks like Africa.
This looks like Africa, nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. The virus did nothing to these people. Hey, look, it's the guy we met 5 seconds ago. Somehow he got immediately captured and brought here. You like teleported.
Oh, look, that interesting choice of weapon is here.
Yeah, the big axe.
I'm sorry, that interesting choice of cutting utensil. It's over. The fucking Resident Evil 4 merchant evolved at some point, and now it's him.
Oh man.
Welcome, stranger. What are you buying? An axe?
Alright. What are you buying? He's like actually the homie.
Yeah, he's actually like a... I don't know how you get a person that big. You'd have to be on growth steroids. Well, I guess he, Ouroboros in this case.
Alright, here we go.
This is why I selected normal. Okay, you get the door, I'm going to get this.
This door?
Yeah, that door. That only door there is.
This door, Daddy Mas. Please.
Hold it. Just hold it. I'm probably not going to get this now because I am...
Listen, I'm not gonna get anything. I'm going to fucking... I'm gonna figure out how this works in the worst way possible, because that's how my
I
life...
keep getting headshots. Okay, he did not convert. That's fine.
I will do nothing. Oh. The enemy... R1.
Alright, there we go. You know, bata! I don't know what this is saying. I'm just saying words.
No, it's fine.
I'm like one of those birds that just keep repeating words of what it's saying. Actually, I probably got most of them. Shit, I'm gonna lose it.
Here you go. I'm not,
Oh, he's in. Ah! What?
Oh. Ah!
Help! Tell him, buddy ain't real. This is a lot of ammo. Holy
Resources.
shit! It's right in here.
You have 100? What the heck?
Yeah, I found some in the food pile.
Oh. So,
Oh, those.
Come in.
go.
Hostiles are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped.
Alright.
We need backup, and we need it right now.
Roger that. Just
No,
take nice.
don't go through that window. That window is
Hear
off
that,
limits.
Sheva? Help's on the way.
Got it.
You hear that, Sheva? As he's gunning down, going through the window.
30 on 30, kill yourself, man.
Ooh, punch!
Down. Okay, got it.
I am gunning them as fast as I can. Also, that was probably the axe guy. Yep, that's him. Right now. Okay, hit. He's right behind you. Ah, babe. Okay. I need to heal you.
Well, you're at fault with that.
No, I have to heal you. Or else we lose. We both lose.
Oh, run. No, I'm not letting you kill me.
Did I seriously shoot a guy from behind me? Yeah.
You're Chris Redfield, man. You fight boulders.
I know.
Down.
Ah!
Down.
Ah!
Up.
Oh!
Up.
Wait, why am I asking for
Open the
help?
door.
I can't ask for help! Shit!
Push.
I forgot!
Oh shit! There are so many of them.
God damn! Ah!
There's so many.
Run! Run to me! Yeah, it's one hit, by the way.
Oh, he just wanted you. Okay.
Yeah, he puts it immediately in dying. Oh, that's a good cutscene.
Wow. This is just like real life. Your partner dead.
Good shit. Organize, ready to buy. Can I still buy stuff? I thought I died. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
I have enough money to buy first aid spray. Yeah, I'll fucking take it, bro. I don't have.
You cannot upgrade any further right now, and I can't upgrade my reload speed, so we're fine.
Okay, hold on. Let's take a second. I need to actually fix my controls so I can be fucking any form of effective.
Okay, take your time, tell me.
Give me one moment, because that was dog shit. Okay,
This is amazing, chat.
I need to remember
I really
what
should
the
not
issue
go
is.
off on my own, because every time I do that, I'm either risking myself getting killed, or I'm risking Doggy getting killed.
Oh, you're always risking me getting killed if I don't have my controls on.
Yeah. Well, the issue is that you can still technically help me. It's just that I need to be able to help you as well, or else we're fucked.
Oh yeah, that's RE5, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So, give me. Let's see.
It's me.
We've turned off Xbox controls.
Whisker.
I just have to do it on stream. I'm just gonna say fuck it. We ball. We.
Pandemic
enable.
and spreading global saturation of Ouroboros.
I love Resident Evil. Okay.
He loves Resident Evil.
I cannot set controls in game, supposedly theoretically.
Do you need to exit? Do you need to take some time?
I might need to.
Do you need to emergency disconnect and just try something else?
I might hit the emergency fucking eject button for a second.
Alright, how about you do that right now, and I'll just invite you back in.
Okay. So let's fucking leave.
Amazing.
Fuck, I love that I tested this and we're still fucking scuffed. I love video games so much.
I love video games, shit. It's why I'm so good at them. Doggywara has left the game. It's over. Doggywara hates me. He fucking hates me.
I literally hate.
He hates.
Why are they mowing outside? What the heck? Okay. Let's see. How do I fix this? The thing about playing old games is that they will fucking just pick whatever controller layout that they want.
Yeah.
So they're really annoying. Even if you test them, they'll just.
What's the thing about old games is sometimes it works in capture software, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you start messing with everything, experimenting. And sometimes the worst possible option is that you have to desktop capture. Which will reveal your game.
You have to be so careful if you do fucking desktop.
Which
you can't do anything.
Well, I may have done it, it's just that I still don't like it, and I probably almost doxed myself repeatedly. But I still do it, because I'm dedicated. I'm just that dedicated.
I'm just that cool.
No, I don't think I'm that cool.
No,
but,
you are that cool.
Okay, thank you.
You just need to fucking, not do that.
I try to be a little humble, if anything. I might, actually, hold on, I don't know if I should talk about this story, but I think one time I had like, scam callers call me up, and I finally snapped at them, and I told them that they should unalive themselves and stop calling me. And you know what? That actually worked. I stopped getting phone calls after that.
That's basic as fuck.
Yeah, I just got so fucking tired of it. And then I realized after I stopped getting those specific calls, I did it to the next one. And now my phone is dead silent. I'm like, you know what? If this works, hell, I'll keep doing it.
You threaten enough people, they'll stop bothering.
It's not even threatening. It's really just being like, you should kill yourself now.
Kill yourself? No. Yep.
You.
That's it.
I'm trying not to. Go ahead. I'm trying not to enable that too, because that will get horrible.
If you tell them to get off of the like call list, they'll just be like, "Oh, we just can do it again."
Yeah, I've tried that. I've tried.
Kill themselves.
If you tell them to kill themselves, they'll put you on a mental health damage line, as in you damage them. Because guess what? Working in a call center really does make you want to do that.
I've never worked at a call center.
You never worked at a call center?
No. Well, I mean, when I worked in medicine, it was basically a call center, but I feel like I never worked in a call center, right?
Okay.
But that's the main view of things.
When you work in a call center, is ass. I'm gonna say you probably got off lucky. I am not lucky. In fact, the only reason I managed to develop my voice was very bad back then. It used to have a really heavy lisp. I would slur my words a lot. I did call center for 2 years. That fixed it. It didn't help my mental health because I used to work night shift. Night shift has the craziest fucking calls and some of the most depressing, like how one woman was in Mexico and she had bad things happen to her, which I can't talk about on Twitch, and she was calling her credit card company to basically try and, I don't know if she was trying to get her card activated or to get help. And the issue is, we're not tied.
We can't help her.
Yeah, we can't. And when you get those calls, they're the worst thing, and it's like I can only get the manager and hope the manager will actually, transfer the call to like an embassy line or something else. There was another one too where it's like there was a woman outside of her house and she wanted to get her card re-enabled so she could at least survive the night, and it's like I can't do that.
Jesus Christ.
They're terrible. Their call centers are pretty terrible. Either because the people, they're like, there's different types of people. Sometimes they're good, which is they're good, rare kind. Most of the time, they know they can kind of chew you out. I think I one time slipped up and I just started insulting the customer, and I'm like, oh shit, that's my job. I was lucky I did not lose it back then. But even then, I still lost it. I'm so happy I don't do it anymore, but still.
I had a day once where I was very frustrated because I didn't get paid on time and there was a bill I wanted to pay.
Yeah.
But I became an insomniac. This is a Zazu stream now because I'm still fixing my stress.
Hey, sometimes we have impromptu Zatsus. Even though you said you didn't want to start a Zatsu stream, right, Taki?
I didn't want to. Well, I mean, I want to. Anyway.
Yeah. You would.
I was very, very frustrated with existence. And so what I ended up doing, I was working by myself. I was running the entire fucking pharmacy alone.
Right. Usually that's how night shift kind of works in a lot of places, yeah.
And someone came in and they said, "You're not working hard enough. Give me that inhaler right there. It's right there." It's like, there's 3 people in front of you. Fuck off. Like, actually, just leave me alone. You're irritating
telling me how well I'm doing at my job when I know you haven't done anything related to this, or you're just saying this out of nowhere because you want to fuck with me, right?
Man, just have common courtesy. There's people in front of you, and if they don't hit you, I swear to...
They won't.
Man.
It's worse when you're at like a storefront job. Because usually people are more reserved in real life, but when they are uppity in real life, you know they're an actual asshole. When they're on the phone, you can't tell if it's just they're on the phone and they're feeling really confident, or they really are just an ass. I actually had one lady call in to try and like access her thing. She was trying to get like a refund or something, or I forget. I think she was locked out of her account and it required to have someone else do it, and I didn't have the resources. It wasn't like an emergency this time. She then tried to file for a lawsuit, and I'm like, okay, have a good day. Yep, you're gonna sue us. Have a good day. Not my problem. I hung up on her 4 times because you kept calling back.
I
You
had a
have to
situation
stone
with that.
cold. You have to stone cold some people sometimes. You really do.
I had someone like tell me that I hated them because she was missing an arm, and she's like, I said I don't know how to help you, because she's like, oh, you can't help me with my arm. I'm like, wait, hold on, how did you get there? how did we get to this?
Oh, that's like the guilt trip where it's like, oh, you hate me. It's like, lady, you gotta
I
quit.
tried.
It's half a guilt trip and half them projecting. Always is.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, you hate me because of this XYZ or like this disability that I didn't even know you had, or I didn't even notice you have, or I did notice, I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be rude. Because, you know.
She thought I was making a joke. I wasn't making a joke. I'm just like, I don't. At the moment, I can't help you because of what you did. We've called the cops on you, man. I
Yeah.
don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you. That's the difference.
I think some people just want to be hated as an excuse.
But I don't want to do that, though.
You don't want to do that, but they want to force it. Some people are like that. You just can't. You really can't help them, and as much as you can do it, you can only do the base thing. And they want to have a reason to hate you. You can't let that kill you. You just gotta like. You can't let that kill your optimism, because I know there's good people out there. As much as I dealt with storefronts and call center shit, I know there's good people. It's just that there will be people who will try either excuse to hate you, will have a reason to yell at you, or have a reason to try and bring you down to their level. It's you just gotta.
I just want to help people. That's all I want to do.
I know, right?
Enjoy people being happy. I'm a simple person. I know.
That's how I did my
I just want you to smile,
job.
man. That's it.
I just want people to be happy. As much as I hate the fucking job, you know what? I want to help people. But you make it hard. Like, to some of those people, you make it fucking hard to be nice.
Yeah, man.
Because you're you know what you're doing. You're taking advantage of my situation, and you're trying to get me to lash out. And I will lash out one day. But it's not going to be a good excuse.
I don't like doing that, because it's never a good reason. Even if someone makes you mad, right? Like,
yeah,
you still shouldn't do that. But holy fuck, people make it difficult. Like, I've had people come in. What my boss, my old boss, was the most nicest fucking person on the planet. But one day someone came in and said, "We're trying to call you, and you're not answering the phone. I will beat the shit out of both of you." Bro, when I tell you, I fucking walked out. I was like, I'm gonna fuck you up. No, we have other patients. But like, my boss grabbed me by the shoulder and said, "You don't have to do this. I'll do it." I'm like, what? And he went outside and fucking walked that man out with sheer presence alone. And I'm just like, what? I've never seen him be angry. He normally doesn't get mad, but he got so mad. He was so
there's
angry.
usually like that, like old guard. Was he like old guard? Like, how old was he?
He's like 47.
Old guard. Okay. Yeah, they will usually be the people that save your skin. I had like a really nice old lady back at the Walmart I used to work, and she was kind of like really nice. Kind of one of the few things that made me sort of work a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
She was just nice, very sweet, no matter what. I think there was a rare moment when she was really mean. I don't think I can remember it, which is how nice she was. I think I hate my manager more than anything else, because during that fucking storm, that manager said, "Oh, I'll come out and help you push carts." You know what he did? He pushed a small stack of carts and went right the fuck back inside, while everyone else pushed way more than he did. And I was fucking broke-ass exhausted. I was on steam and fumes.
Oh, he
I'm
didn't
like,
fucking shit.
he pushed one stack of carts and went back in. I'm like, you motherfucker, you said you would help me, not I'll look good for a bit and then go back inside. Because there was supposed to be a hurricane coming in, and the place was trash. Carts were everywhere because people were coming and going, grabbing water cans and shit. And it was just, I had to spend all day outside, constantly moving for like from what time did I probably started at like 9 to 5, probably maybe 11 to 6. Like, it was like, I get that 15 minutes, and I'm like, okay, just get off my feet. And then immediately go back to it after, like, the 15 minutes is up. And yeah, I probably did go to the bathroom to, like, rest up, because it's, like, the only extra rest I could get. But I was out there pushing carts all fucking day. Oh.
Yeah, just take a minute and come back, yeah.
It was pretty bad.
That's what fucking happens. That's what happens.
I just don't like
you know
it when someone says that they're gonna help you and then they do one thing and then they go, "Alright, my job's done," and they just go back like, "Alright, don't even promise me. Don't promise me shit. I would
don't say
that. Yeah, don't say it.
I
don't
genuinely rather someone say, I want to help you, but I might have difficulties later on.
I might
like,
have
my intentions are good, but I might fuck up. I'm okay with that. But someone just going, I'm going to help you is such a different beast.
I'm going to help you, but it helps you the most minimum way. And it's like, even if you had managerial duties, you know I have a lot more. Or, I know you have managerial duties, and you know I have a lot of physical. If you don't offer me the help, just focus on your own shit. Because if you just do one, of course I'm gonna do one stack and that's it. I'm going to be mad. I have every reason to be mad because all you did was say you're going to help me. All you did was one thing, and then left. Sorry, I'm like remembering small slides. By the way, did you fix your controls yet?
Okay, so here's what I've noticed about my controls. They work in the inventory screen. I can move left to right in the inventory screen, but when it comes down, inverted, it's inverted. That's the issue. It's incredible. It's so fucking. No, that's not inversion, though. No. I'm thinking about it wrong.
It's not inversion because it's rotated.
If it was inverted, yes, exactly. If it was inverted, it wouldn't be fucking rotated.
Is it counterclockwise or clockwise rotation? I'm saying this.
X, north, east, west, and south. Everything's. I'm getting irritated.
I love old games and how they're badly ported and how most
this is so frustrating.
Thank you, Capcom.
This is really
we love you, Capcom. We love you. I don't hate you.
Hate Capcom.
I hate Capcom at times too. They're fucking greedy assholes. Like Dragon's Dogma 2 would not have a very negative rating if they just didn't fucking place like 20 goddamn DLCs on it. There's a lot that Capcom has done. I'm not even going to talk about Nintendo. Look, everyone can like Nintendo as much as they want. I don't like Nintendo because they do everything in their power to make sure people can't make fan games of their shit. And they go out of the way to make sure none of the games can be preserved, which...
Yeah. Nintendo will kill you for just doing something that... They love your game, and Nintendo will fucking punch you in the balls because you love the game so much that you made a game.
What was it that got cancelled? I know Vinesauce... Vinesauce did a stream of a game once, which I think he was a fan of Nintendo. He's a fan of Nintendo, I don't know. But he did a stream of a fan game he really liked, which was a Metroid fan game. Which I think it was...
sounds good.
It was good. It was fantastic. I think I could... Can I pull it up? Let me actually try to pull this up here.
You know what? We need to just fucking choose something else.
Yeah, we don't need. I'm gonna just keep this in the background. Who cares? What was it? Another Metroid fan game. AM2R. Another Metroid 2 remake. Return of Samus.
Oh, I feel like I've heard of that before.
It's really good. It's really good. Vinny didn't play for a little bit. I'm actually a real big fan of Vinny Vines. Mr. Vinny Vine Sauce. I just like his stuff. Besides,
The most heinous man on the planet.
that would be Germa985, who has several wanted records and is in several $1 million in debt. Yes. Serial
Is he
killer.
actually in that much debt?
No, he's not.
Oh, thank God. I actually like Jeremy. He's just he's a different kind of funny.
He's great.
He just does the most randomly creative stuff, which is why I like him a lot. He'll just like see something in chat and he'll just go off on like the most
I wish I could be
shit on the planet.
I wish I could be as much as a clown as Jerma sometimes.
You can, you just need enough eyeballs, but like during that time streaming was something weird when he started.
Yeah, chat.
He was like,
I am
"Oh, yeah,
not
go watch
murdering someone now. You see this little piece of meat? This is not from a chunk of body in the background.
We're using keyboard and mouse. I'm taking your advice, by the way. Let's start. Invite me right now.
Okay.
I quit. I'm not using a controller. The game just simply doesn't make sense. I'm done being frustrated. The game doesn't make sense
Chat, we
anymore.
won. Chat won. Won.
Chat won. He's using keyboard and mouse. Using my mouse. He's at work.
I won, chat. And also now he's gonna have to learn how to do keyboard and mouse, so it's over.
Nah, we're fine. I will learn this fucking fast. At least I hope I'll learn it faster.
You will.
God, this game is fucking...
Yeah.
This game is old, man. This is the same thing that happened when I had to collab with fucking Des. We had to sit here and figure out how the game worked despite knowing how the game worked.
What game was it?
This shit is... We played Melty Blood. We played a fighting game.
Oh man, I need to get...
It was so frustrating.
Yeah, I have too many fighting games I should probably get into. I have Tekken 8 and I have... do I have Melty Blood? I'm gonna check my Steam.
Hi, I play Tekken 8. Hi, how are you? Hi.
I don't play it that
Tekken
much.
8.
I have Melty Blood, Actress Again, Current Code.
That's the one that you should play. Don't play Lumina. Lumina is fucking dog shit.
Okay.
Okay. Let
I
me
wanted to make sure.
bring you back. What was it? Shift plus tab?
Shift tab,
Yep.
yeah. Shift plus tab. I can imagine like
I'm old, man. Shut up.
I imagine like an old person like pressing the shift, the plus, and the tab key at the same time.
Oh my! I just don't make a fun of me. I'm like 30. I'm not even 30, man. I'm young. Okay.
He is young.
I'm young. I'm like.
I'm still in my
What am I?
20s. He's still in his 30s. He's
You're
young.
still in your 20s? Wow. Fucking enjoy that shit. Go for more runs.
Thank you.
It'll help you out.
I
Like,
am
that way
actually
when
doing cardio. Anyways, we got.
Oh my god, the sensitivity! Every day invites new problems! The sensitivity is insane!
Yeah,
I'm
you
on the
used to.
fucking 3. 2.
By the way, you can strafe.
Oh, wow. 1.
Holy shit.
Got it. You must
Oh!
check this run. Okay, understood.
Yep, it's brain dead simple.
Okay.
Okay. We're back.
The camera moves. If I'm not, the sensitivity changes when I'm running. This game is fucking
Weird.
so obnoxious.
I think I just killed everyone at the gate, by the way.
Okay, I'm giving that to you. I will take my.
Yeah, I just killed everyone at the gate. I don't know how to say this. Also, you should. Are you outside?
Fuck off and die.
Why are you outside?
Oh my god.
How did you get outside?
Don't worry about it. I'm working on it.
Help! The wife is outside.
E.
Who left the wife out?
Why does the sensitivity change depending on how I'm moving?
Okay, Doggy, can you get inside?
I'm getting inside. Give me 1 second.
Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with the rooftop.
This is so
Rooftop
frustrating.
accidents. Oh, no, it's over. It's over.
Kurt, come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped. We need backup.
Yeah, they're gonna go
right now.
upstairs and they're gonna start, Oh wait, there's a guy here. What? How'd you get here?
Oh, what is he doing here?
Got it. Just help me.
I haven't seen
Wait,
the roof.
I don't know how to knife anymore.
Knife is space. Will you hold space?
Knife is space. Why didn't I really don't like something change?
Remember when they're flying over crap? Just shoot them, because...
Ah!
You okay?
Okay. No. Oh shit! My head thing.
Where the hell are you?
Okay.
Okay, you're behind me. Ah, trick.
Please. Please,
Here.
ammo.
Big guy. Thank you.
Oh shit!
Did I fucking invulnerability frame that? I checked it! I fucking teched.
Oh. Get off me, get off me,
You
get off me, get off me, get off me,
motherfucker.
get off me, get off me.
Sorry, I was trying to actually help you and not, like, say...
No, you're fine. It's just... My issue is that... Oh,
Get out of the way. Oh,
this fucking sensitivity changing fucks me.
you need to get inside the house.
Get off me, get off me, get off me, get off me.
Hold on.
Please.
Get the fuck out.
Can we kill him?
Yeah, kick him. Kick him. Kick his ass. Fuck him up.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, nice save! Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Go for the door. Oh,
Please,
shut up.
sensitivity, please. The game controls like shit. Oh.
Ugh. I'm having to punch him in the face. Let's keep running. We need to get some distance between him.
Okay.
Also, take evasive maneuvers.
Oh, viene mirar más. My best.
I don't need to be right there when he's doing the attacks.
I fucking. This sensitive. This is very frustrating.
I've noticed.
Let's go upstairs. I see your laser, which I don't know where you are.
Yeah, I'm up here. We can jump, by the way. There's this barrel over here. Jump!
That's a jump. Okay, I got it. He's all. He got ammo. Okay, he's all.
Yeah, you need it more than I
Reload.
do. I was going
You know, jump
I
down,
don't know why I was
jump
going
down,
to
jump
steal.
You have 13. You're 38.
Yeah,
Please.
I'm just singing it for comfort. Oh my god. We're cleaning up Africa 1 man at a time. I like that kickflip. Ah!
Oh shit! Get out! Let's get the fuck out of here. Where do we go?
I love it.
There's definitely another sequence.
Fuck you!
You're
Yeah.
over there going crazy.
Why am I still dying? I gotta quit that. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'm getting like
You're fine,
really
fine.
aggressive.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
He's still going.
yeah, you need to get distance between them. I'm gonna try and pick up some.
Come on, go up. Shit, if I go up. Okay, this game is actually fun.
This game is fun with friends, yeah.
Oh my god, keyboard and mouse. God, these controls are very
Dog shit?
frustrating.
Yeah.
What the?
That's a. Yeah. Watch out!
Oh!
Alright, I did that just so I could stagger him. Run!
Run. Okay.
Yeah, this is time. This is just like a time.
Compass F. Got it.
I'm
There,
sorry,
F.
I saw man. I saw him fly over the other side because I shot him.
Oh my god.
How you holding up? I'll be there.
Not very well.
Just hang in there.
I'm a white man in Africa. I am not doing very well.
Please. Sheva. Sheva, I want to help my friend.
Please,
Sheva.
Sheva! No!
Don't just grab the gold, man. Go up. I'm dead.
Oh my god, where the fuck are you?
Below you. He hates me.
Oh my god, I gotta hurry up. Oh, come
Don't
on.
worry about it.
Let me
It's
jump
fine.
out.
We're fine. It's okay.
No, you're not. I. What?
Yosh. He goes, oh.
Come on!
Do I not have health? I do not have any health.
Fuck off and die.
Oh, I'm
my
out.
god.
Oh, I'm out.
Oh, you should leave. Get out of here.
I can't move!
You gonna take out the door? Oh, thank fucking god. Man, this shit.
This is the. This. I don't.
All the game. This is the most scuff stream I've ever done. I love it.
The best stream.
Nothing works. Nothing works at all. Literally nothing works.
Nothing is set up properly. Nothing works right. All I have are sound cues that I can harass everyone with. I don't think you can hear that, so it's fine.
Wait, what did I not hear?
It would have to be on my stream.
Ah, fuck. Man, that shit was ass. I did a bad job. But you know what? We survived. So
One death. It's fine.
that was 7 minutes. It felt like an hour.
I know, right? That's how. That's because your senses get really tuned when you're doing like high stress stuff.
Ah, yeah, that is how it works. I just
Ooh, wait.
my
Okay. Yeah, I'll just up your mic.
the sensitivity changing between aiming and moving and everything else really fucks me up so hard.
Oh yeah.
You can thank me later.
Oh, that's a power.
It's almost time for
That's
Alpha
a
Team to go in. Hurry
Thank
to the deal coordinates.
Roger that.
I'm going on ahead.
Why would
Wait
I
out
open
there.
the top drawer?
Good luck.
That would have nothing in it.
My running sense is higher than my normal sense, and my running slows down my fucking actual sensitivity.
Yeah.
This is really difficult for me to deal with.
Yeah,
I
don't worry, it'll
can't get
get
used
worse.
to it. The math in my head gets worse.
I can handle it because
Oh
I
my
can. I understand why the running slows down. So you can't like do super fast turns.
It's not like Toho where you have a focus mode. It just the difference is so oh my
man.
gosh. My sensitivity's on 1. This is
I
difficult
really
for me
need to get
to
into
deal with.
Toho. Like I've played a bunch of. I've seen a bunch of Toho fan con. That's the best shit ever. But I need to really get into Toho.
Oh no, I'm fucking really good at Toho.
Yeah.
Wait,
You
so
should
I'm
do-
really good at Toho.
Yeah.
I just see everything at once and it's like, yeah, just move slower, faster.
Yeah. Reflexes are weird. It's like, whenever you play something that's really high intensity, you don't realize your reflexes are engaged. And you end up going way faster than you intend. You're like, what the fuck, what? And have you ever looked at, like, gameplay if you playing, like, a high-speed game?
Yeah, one of the games I played, one of the fighting games I played for like fucking like 10 years it's called Arcana Heart. That game is nothing but high APM. The better you get, the higher actions you have to do every fucking second and higher calculation to do in your mind. It's just, it's just incredibly fast. Can I just double kick this?
No.
Oh, I can't.
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's weirdly, like, lined up. No, I was looking at my Ultra Kill playthrough, and I'm looking through, I'm like, huh, I don't remember the game being this fast.
Yeah, you're not gonna realize it at that time.
I don't remember
That you're
it
doing.
this quick.
Oh.
Come on!
This? Wait, This is like an entire sewer canal. Hold on. I want to explore this.
Wait, should we go downstairs?
Yeah, we're gonna check downstairs. There's shit down here.
Okay. Free stuff.
Woo! The
Oh,
balloons!
gold!
The balloons! We're rich!
The balloons!
Wait, who the fuck is throwing party balloons down here? How did this not get looted?
I love how in video games, like, you'll just find, like, random shit in the worst spot. It's like, who actually put money here?
Who expect me not to steal this? Yeah, I'm just exploring right now because I actually kind of feel like I need resources. Oh yeah, you need resources too. Shit.
I need everything. I'm still dealing with my sensitivity.
Oh, where are you? There you are.
This is... Hold on.
By the way, Q to lock
Did I
onto
do
your
something
partner.
wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. My sense is on 1. I don't know what... Okay.
There's some ammo
Traditional
for you.
control scheme for players used to third-person shooters. Man, shut up. Cursor aiming? The cursors use control targeting... Okay. We're gonna do cursor aiming. Oh,
He's figuring it out. He's going through it. He's locking in.
okay, this is... Okay, I'm playing Silent Hill with this one.
Kind of.
Yosh, so I press... Interact, bitch! What the fuck? He's right there. Help him!
Help me! Help me! Help me!
Me! Oh, this is... Man, I am having the time of my life. I'm gonna watch this stream.
It's gonna be
I'm
amazing.
gonna check this VOD myself and I'm gonna be like, what am I doing?
Why did I
Okay.
do this? There's nothing of use inside this random... What is this? This is like a... What is this drawer? They have this kind of drawers in Africa? Damn. That's a nice one.
The enemy is coming, by the way.
Yeah, is this a... kick open.
Oh my god.
I am in
Okay.
a full explore mode right at the moment. My brain...
That's fine.
I've
You're
been-
the carry. I don't care.
I have like 2 brain modes. One is like safe and cautious and straight through, and the other one is, ooh, is that a shiny? Ooh, is that a shiny? Ooh, what a shiny.
You would love Genshin. The enemy didn't miss.
I like Dragon Star one. That was a great game.
This fucking game. This game's control. Get off my friend.
Defeat 20 enemies with
Oh
physical
my
attack.
god.
The bubbling boy, the bubbling.
Alpha team, come in. Alpha team.
Did you just throw that at me?
Do you copy?
This is my. He punched the fuck out of it. Wait, hold on. Chris's punch animations are so fucking good.
I know, right? He does like a
Shenanigans.
he does a Superman punch. Is that Superman punch or is that it's like a long punch?
That's not Superman punch. Superman punch. The enemy. Wow, 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 wow.
Hold on.
Wow, I guess you should.
Holy shit! I just got that guy.
My controls are dog shit.
Don't ask me how I'm doing this. They're probably better than controller though. I'm hoping.
You're just playing a game by yourself at this point.
It's fine.
I'm now part of fucking Zatsu. It's just a Zatsu stream.
I'm sorry to say this,
I'm
Doggy,
just here
but
looking for
you
the
are better
ride.
than the AI, unfortunately.
In what? In what
You're,
game?
in this game, you're better than the AI.
That's not good because I'm not doing anything.
I know.
I have tried fucking 3 control schemes, and my brain is trying to parse so many things at once.
Wait, what is
And I know for a fact I can figure it out. But it's difficult for me to make the enemy. Okay.
Get off of there! Come on, that's the fence. What an asshole, climbing over the fence like that.
I really this controller scheme is weird.
It's like ignoring everything you say. You just keep
I'm
going.
just
You motherfucker.
moving the camera with fucking AWSD is fucking.
Oh, you don't have a mouse.
No, I'm using my I'm using my mouse, but because there's new controls. This is so frustrating. I'm privating this stream.
Do not private. I will spread this stream around. Lock on the inside.
No, this is frustrating.
Alright.
I'm having
Alright,
fun,
all
but
viewers.
like, holy moly.
All viewers, please clip this on both my channel and Doggywara so that we can get the best out of this. I want to be able to torture myself and my friend here.
Okay.
I love my friends. They all make funny noises on the computer.
I love my friends too. I love how they live in my phone. they're like really funny people. A little bit too funny sometimes.
A little kooky.
Come on!
Also, there's this stuff in here. Shotgun! There's a shotgun in here!
There's a shotgun?
There's shotgun ammo in here!
I don't deserve it. But however, I will come try to grab it anyway.
I got 5 rounds of shotgun, so I need to find the shotgun. There's probably a shotgun upstairs. Okay, I think I fit in Africa. It's fine.
What do you mean by that?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think I'll fit here.
You know what? Africa's kinda alright.
He says as he grabs guns off the table and shoots a bunch of people.
Africa is good as long as I win. Oh, I understand what kind of control. I'm not helping you. I am a fucking pillow princess. I am not doing anything.
Yep, no, you're doing something. You're punching the shit out of him. More of it.
I am simply applying my ability to speak, and that's it. You are playing Resident Evil 5. This is the stream of all time.
Ooh, shiny treasure. I just plundered for this house. Probably
I want
someone's
you
heirloom.
Okay. Please go this way. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, I can switch on the dime. I can switch on a dime here.
Let's check what's the other control scheme? There's always mouse look or cursor aiming. Cursor aiming is basically fucking arcade. I'm playing an arcade game. I understand what the issue is. I need to align. I need to align. We're just back in time. Okay. I just need to align my hands.
I didn't realize it was the other aiming too, so it's just, I thought there was just my aiming and his aiming, because I have just like if I hold right click, the camera follows my cursor.
Everything moves in a way that doesn't make sense to me. It's like, I'm used to playing FPS.
Yeah.
So like when I move my mouse, my cursor is supposed to go that way. So that's what I understand. But like when I play Silent Hill,
yeah,
I need to use tank controls, right? And that's fine, that's a different kind of game. But this game constantly changes everything that I'm doing in terms of my fucking view. This fucking feels like dog shit.
I'm so glad you're having fun right now.
I am having fun, but I'm only having fun. I would never
Oh
finish
no!
by myself.
Oh no! It's this white girl.
Shoot the blonde woman! Shoot the blonde woman! Shoot the blonde woman! Don't
Oh.
shoot! This woman is not black!
That's not a good ending. She's gone. I'm sorry.
Well, that's GG's for her.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just that kind
How
of
can
place.
I help? I can go up. Let's go up. Okay.
Well,
we
you
had
need a
8 bullets.
key.
Yep.
I picked up a clock, which I've been clocking people left and right. I've been
What
stealing
the heck?
valuables. Huh? Oh!
Okay, I see. I understand how it works
Is there
now.
a jump? Is there a jump point from here? Let's jump down. So no, that's not the jump point. That is not a jump point as well, unless Chris. You know, I can believe Chris can jump that. Chris Redfield
Wait, hold
jumps cannons. Through
I need to check something.
Alright, you check it. What are you
This
checking?
game just fucking This game just steals every monitor that I have. This game is hilarious.
Are you telling me there was a better button to turn around other than Shift S? You telling me the game taught me the less efficient way to turn around? What the fuck? I can press C.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you hold shift and do you hold a button?
Okay, you hold shift and press S, or hold S and then basically press shift to turn around instantly. But
Wait,
if I don't
hold
want
shift, press S, press shift again. This is ridiculous. Who made this game?
Okay,
What schizo
okay.
said, "Oh, this
No,
control scheme
Doggy,
makes sense."
Doggy. After this cutscene, I want you to do something. Hold on. Let's watch this cutscene first. Oh no, it's
Hey,
over.
What's wrong?
It's over.
Be careful.
Oh,
Still be here.
Chris, are you retarded?
Yeah.
Chris is so cool in like fucking Village, but he's just fucking dumb right now.
Are you okay? You just got dragged in a weird, mysterious backward. Oh my god, that's the hole they made in there.
Why does he keep saying, "Are you okay"? I need him to
Are
stop.
you okay? Shoots her head off. Are you okay?
Kill her.
Ah! Yeah, shoot your legs. Nope, she's not dying.
Okay. Oh Jesus!
Oh god, she's like a blender.
Oh shit!
Okay,
Get off me!
hold on. We need. Do I have a grenade? Yeah, I have it
The
there.
enemy! The enemy! Dynamax! The enemy's here! Oh Jesus Christ!
Did that hurt?
Oh no shit! It hurt!
Okay, I got her. She's dead. I'm sorry, I had to use a flame for
Deal.
flame ammo on her.
Die.
There you go. You're nice and healed. They say while like people are dying. Yeah, curb set that motherfucker.
Oh, what's happened? I know that.
Never, he's dead. He made the final death noise cry. What the hell did I just pick up? Hey, can you give me some of that ammo?
You want some ammo? Okay. I press F, right? No, I press. It's my inventory, man. There we are. Okay.
You can press the so the quick select is actually the 1 through 9 buttons. Thank you. And I'll give it back to you.
I've learned a beast.
Alright, let's go.
I am just here to provide conversation now, man. I'm not even fucking a player, man. That's just where we are. My skills as a gamer are dog shit if the game is not autism.
Oh, no.
I cannot. Whew.
I mean, have you considered Factorio? I'm totally not saying this is a drug deal.
Ask me to play Factorial. Everyone asked me to play Factorial. I'm not autistic. Oh,
Are you sure about that?
no, that's the problem.
No! He says.
No, I'm not sure, man. I will sit there for like. You understand? I watch Jelly because she makes sense.
Jelly.
And now she doesn't play autism games.
Yeah, Jelly is very smart. I don't know why I don't watch her more, but I don't know why I watch Ruby instead. I have terrible taste in women.
No. Okay, so Jelly is so fucking smart.
Yeah.
But she questions her humanity. Her emotions are fucked. That's normally how the matches work.
That's so sad. That's actually sad.
She will have existential crisis on stream.
Oh, she's too smart. No.
Like, there's a time where she said, "Am I fucking talentless?
Oh,
What am I capable of fucking doing with my life?
No.
I'm not doing anything." And she's just like, I commit nothing to humanity. And she just goes on about this.
Oh no.
But like,
That's
she does good things, but like when you're too smart,
yeah.
logic leads to depression.
Yeah. Because you overthink it.
Yeah. She's
Like
dumb smart, but she's just
that's
She
not
thinks
having
too hard.
that's not having the willpower. That's having the lack of willpower to handle it. It's like willpower to resist those bad thoughts. It's sad. Oh, do we have the key finally? Key. It says we need a key here.
okay.
Key. Abstract ammo.
A key, Dada? A key would be.
Hold on.
A key would be. And a survival horror key would be around here. Right?
Through the window.
If we need a key, then it's somewhere that we haven't touched yet.
No, I can't shoot through. There's no like lock on the other side I can shoot, which would be dumb. Oh, there's a shotgun in there.
Hallway.
There's a shotgun in there.
You found a shotgun.
Yeah, it's in the building. It's in the locked building.
Oh.
A locked door usually means it can usually be either in the next section over, not like this section. Did you find the key?
No, not yet.
Yeah, usually you store keys under the mattress.
So, keys are...
Like under the mat.
My mom lost rent money once, because she hid it underneath the fucking mattress.
Oh.
That was fun.
Like the...
We got evicted. That was pretty cool.
Oh. That's...
I think
Damn,
it was
now,
funny, actually,
now I'm
when she
feeling
figured
bad
out
for
what it was.
Doggy. Jesus Christ.
I don't know, man. I've been through so many things that it's just like...
Hey!
So, some things are funny at this point.
Some people will legitimately feel like they missed out on not having enough bad experiences in their lives, and sometimes it's just like...
I would not suggest that.
Some people will, though. They'll just be like, oh man, I can't believe I didn't go through terrible, horrible things to grow and develop as a person. It's like, you probably shouldn't think that way, but okay.
Even if you did, I think that people don't understand the way it changes your brain, how you approach many everyday life situations.
Yeah.
Like I will...
Yeah.
Why am I stuck on this door? This game is fucking old, man.
I could probably look up...
My ability to fucking speak very well comes from a lot of experiences. But, like, the problem is that I experience too much.
Yeah.
My brain is overloaded. I feel like I'm 50, and I'm gonna die in 3 days.
You know, every time I keep thinking I'm like 30 sometimes, and like, you're not 30 yet, you're close, but you're not there.
Yeah.
You need to quit
But, like,
worrying about time flowing by you, because if you do that, time is going to flow by you quickly.
Yep. It's,
What the hell is this key? Is it not up
where
here?
the fuck is the key? It's the reason that I want to do mainly Zelda on-based content. Because that's what I'm good at. I'm good at speaking, I'm good at saying words.
I've
I'm
honestly
gonna
been
talk-
doing this just to get good at speaking words.
Oh, I can help you so much with being good at speaking
Oh,
words.
hell
Holy-
yeah. Let's fucking
I-
go, buddy.
Wait, I still have my media communication classes book. I can probably mail you that. It's really good.
You can mail me it? You don't
I
have to
can mail
do
it to you.
that. I mean, most people will just take pictures of it through like a scanner and then just like upload it. But I guess that's illegal.
I mean, well, I guess that would be the free one, right?
That would be the free version, then you wouldn't have to mail it.
But I
Dang
guess
it,
in
I
that case,
wouldn't
can
know
just find
anything.
her.
Oh, wait. What does knocking this down have to do? Is this just literally a way of playing myself? Yeah. Why do I
Resident
feel
Evil
like...
5, Zatsudan. Alright, well, we're
Let's
fucked.
fucking go, Zatsudan!
Okay.
Why'd you knock it down?
I'm losing my mind. What did I...
Is there nothing
I
to
need to
shoot
stop
through the
talking for
door?
a second. I need to check the map in my brain. Give me 1 second.
It's a locked door.
Alright. Let's address.
Ah, Drek, do we
This
have
way.
to go through the... There's nothing to
No.
shoot on the other side, so it's not... There's no lock to shoot, despite there being an actual lock.
Nothing to break.
Nothing to break. We either have... And there's nothing in the other area that I've seen.
So, what am I doing wrong and how do I fix it? Let's see.
No, it's not what you
I'm
do.
doing something incorrectly.
It
I
could
don't
be
know
back
what it
here.
is.
Because this is where we found the shotgun ammo. There.
This is the one that we need to keep from.
I'm gonna check this building again.
Maybe my order of operations are incorrect?
Well, we could go further back. We could have probably gotten the key back early on. It's not really critical we get the shotgun, but I would like the shotgun because it...
Oh, no, you're the carrier. I need you to do the damage. I need you to get shotgun. I'm just a conversation partner. I cannot.
You also help. You also
I
help
understand my
punch things.
role in this dynamic now.
You
We're
are
not
just,
playing a game where I'm any good at. I need you to fucking kill everything.
he's just like, I'm just the club. You just hold me next to the bodies, and I'll just smack them, okay?
Yeah, man, I'm the pillow princess. I'm gonna bite the
I'm
pillow,
the
and that's just gonna be
pillow
it. And, like, there's nothing I can do. I cannot get back, man. I'm just there.
I hate listening to Bao talk about how she's a pillow princess. Everything Bao says is fucking cursed.
Wait, who?
Bao, the whale.
I never put much time into watching her, but
You really should, as in, it will not do you any good. She's a great streamer and all. every time she posts on Twitter and posts in general, I seem to go, man, I really don't know why I have to see this.
I love those kind of people because they always tell the story where it's like, I'm traumatized beyond belief, which is why they can create such good ideas.
Come back over here. Come back over here. This is a jump that we completely fragging missed. But yeah, Bao will post like this most insane thing. I don't really give a shit about the inflation. That's funny to me. It's so loving to know that she's willing to post her actual size. You know, I should say I'm sorry. I like to rib on people. I like to rib.
Her size?
She posted the inflation thing, but that was a bad joke. Anyways, over here.
Jesus Christ. Ah, there you are.
But no, she posted inflation. I mean, later on, someone I think posted later showing that yeah, she actually does in fact have a dump truck ass. That's besides the point. Oh god.
You know,
I really shouldn't be talking about that.
no, I think it's okay. I'm not gonna. I'm privately.
But she's like, every time I see her tweets, it's always like, today I had a dream today where I got knocked by a big werewolf bar, and he gave me like 5 puppies, and it's like, alright, I need you.
Jesus Christ. That's Leah tier tweeting. Stop pressing enter.
Stop pressing enter. Yeah, check those upstairs. Yeah, you could jump across from that, yeah. Take that.
Oh.
We're using our brains today. A little bit.
Oh, who the fuck is we?
You and me.
There's a machine gun around. Key!
Yes! I knew it! Holy shit. We did it! Woo!
Alright, we're making progress. Let's
Chat,
go.
we're doing it! We used our brains!
Alright, we're fine.
We used our brains, chat.
We just go.
We used their brains for more than half a second, and finally, stuff happened. We found the key! It only took me like, what, 10 minutes? After passing by several assisted jumps to realize that we had to do an assisted jump puzzle?
I'm lost.
This map is actually just bad, I'm just gonna say that.
I don't even know if the map is bad. I blame myself for things.
I want you to
wrong.
look at this map by pressing Q, and tell me
Press Q?
Yeah, press Q.
What the fuck? This fucking structure is fucking horseshit.
Oh yeah, if you press C, you do an instant turn, which is way better than the turn around method of
See, man, what the heck? Aw.
Yeah, that's the better one. It's the one button version.
I fucking hate video games sometimes.
I love video games. I totally.
Okay.
How do I move this? There we go. Oh, okay, click and drag. Nice. Nice!
Nice.
Okay. I have a
Alright,
shotgun now.
I'm
5 shells.
I'm gonna be the emotional support homie.
Good job, Chris. You're doing well. Flex those muscles as you blast him into white chunky salsa.
I love when black people turn into mulch. I am not gonna be able to keep the stream up. I'm sorry, Twitch. I apologize so much. I'm dead. Yeah, I can't keep this up.
I love turning people into mulch. It's absolutely fun. I really don't give a shit who you are.
I think it's funny.
This is why I play a lot of... This is why I get disappointed with certain games, and it's like they have... I played Crisis, and it was like, man, it's so weird that this game... Oh, someone's getting tortured.
Okay, I hope your gun is ready. My mouth is, and that's all I am capable of using right now.
I was playing Crisis earlier. I was disappointed that most of the gunshots you play... When you're playing that game... It's sort of like hitting with a rubber bullet.
Something's wrong. Hold on.
Yeah.
Not in my controls. I just don't like the situation that I'm in. I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah, check your corners. Clear.
This doesn't feel right.
We're in a basement in Africa. I want you to think about that.
It's around the corner. The enemy.
It's a
I
chop.
know where the enemy is.
Doggy, we're in a chop shop. And not the cars and parts kind.
Oh, we're not in Puerto Rico. Fuck, I don't know this area.
This is not. Hold on.
The enemy, the enemy.
He's not the
easy.
enemy. Is he from Alpha Team?
Oh.
He's already dead. I almost shot, by the way. My finger is ready.
No,
I'm so-
I need yours to be ready. You need to. I'll just play scout. I can't actually realistically fucking help.
You just gotta push through it.
This is.
I'm like the trainer having to like teach you that. Yeah, you do just need to do it. You'll get used to it.
Uh-oh.
What? Okay. Rat.
Rat! Come on!
happened in here?
Actually, speed running this game wouldn't be that fucking bad.
Yeah. Wait, what? Running what game?
This game. I want to speed on Silent Hill 2.
Ah.
But
Hey,
we'll figure that out with time.
I would say after
Hey.
you do 5 endings, the speed run would be fine.
us.
Yeah, we've been attacked all fucking game. What do you mean?
Are you okay?
You okay?
Are you okay? What's
Metal
the wolf?
Gear.
Metal Gear.
I need.
What is this?
Oh god, I can't play.
Chris, are you
4.
actually fucking stupid?
Yes.
I downloaded it from their computer.
Sheffer's off doing her own thing.
Get it to HQ.
Java, you do not break the team. It's D&D rules.
Hey, hang in there.
You only break the. You split to cover angles. You do not.
Can I admit something
Never.
about my tabletop adventures?
Yeah, you can admit whatever you want, man. Go ahead.
But they ran away.
Every time we end up having to get information out of people, we always end up interrogating and torturing people for some reason.
Kurt, do you copy?
I don't know why it's a
Got the
habit
data.
with my team.
An Alpha team is down. Moving
I
downward.
think that.
Well, we sometimes do torture. Sometimes we just like actually like do the like the soft persuasion where it's like you threaten them and like tell them we're gonna do this shit. Or else we're gonna do this shit unless you talk. But I don't know why I always tend to like go hard. Like I don't fuck around. Go ahead.
When I played with fucking Russ. Oh, I got him off. Thank you.
Yippee!
Do this. Click. Yippee!
Money.
When I played with Russ, our team were like very fucking. We tried to be as efficient as we could be. Tried, and we talked a lot of shit. But that's not. My character was a muscle wizard.
Muscle was wait.
I was a druid,
Ah, that would make sense. Druids.
and I never rolled higher than single digits. Every single roll failed.
Oof.
I'm not exaggerating. I mean, every roll failed except maybe a singular one. I rolled once, got a good roll, and it was like, you roll at disadvantage. It was like, oh.
Oh,
And
thanks.
then I got single digits.
I have probably better luck than that, but that's I don't like talking about rolls because rolls. You either have good rolls or you have bad rolls, and you just don't talk about the bad ones. I don't know why. I try not to do that because if I talk about bad rolls, it intensifies. Rolls, okay. Luck is mimetic. You know what?
Luck is the meta. That's why I
No,
dump into
not
certain
saying.
stats.
No, I'm not saying meta. I'm saying mimetic. It
I'm
depends.
listening.
Is how you believe your luck and how you understand your luck that influences it.
Oh yeah. Oh.
So if you talk about it more, the more bad luck will happen. Like the only way to counter bad luck is to just be good. Ooh, crazy.
We have 2 explosives.
I'm gonna turn this on and see what it does.
Something's gonna pop in, and I don't know how big it's gonna be, but something big is gonna come in.
Yeah, we're gonna have to shoot these containers. These gas cylinder containers.
One,
Have you ever
two,
seen the videos on these safe?
Oh Jesus!
We're gonna have to trap someone in there. I know that. I'm not saying from previous gameplay. I'm saying that as a this is an obvious kill the boss room.
Yeah, it's old school game. Oh god, holy shit. It's old school game design.
Yeah.
Where you know when something bad's happening.
What do I have this furnace key for?
Alright, let's see.
This is an easy knock
Have
over.
I gathered the resources that they presented to me?
Oh, Drake.
Yes.
We're gonna have to run.
Oh, that's... Well, I'm good at running, I'm just not good at aiming right now, because I'm not used to auto controls.
Okay, good. That's all I need UV. I need you to use
Definitely
your
fucking
legs
move.
and a bit of your brain, which I know is hard to ask.
No, no, it is. Listen, man, I'm not
I
questioning
am
how...
I am the wrong person to be Chris Redfield.
Well,
Handles.
I will figure it like I always do. That's what I'm good at.
Hey,
Figuring
have you
shit
ever
out.
seen the polyps that grow in sewers? That are, like, really disgusting filth polyps?
Think that's what got Alpha Team.
Hold on, wait. The game's too loud. I can't hear you.
That's fine. Let's
Whoa,
just watch the
holy
cutscene.
moly.
Run. Run.
Run. Run. Not
Run.
fun. Run. Run.
Run.
Run. Only, I swear to God, my brain does not operate on a normal fucking level. We need to trap in here and burn him. Got it. Okay, so someone need to press this button, most likely. I need to be stressed for my brain to fucking actually do anything. I swear to God, I hate it.
Okay,
I'm gonna go over here.
we have to wait for it to come in.
Is it coming from the left? Oh, okay. It's coming from this side. Got it.
It's coming over
Ah,
there.
it chose me. Come here, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the console.
Go ahead. Wait for it. Hold on.
Yeah, I got it.
It's in, go. Walk back.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's keep moving. If it comes out this door, we hit this container, right?
Yeah, we need to probably knock
Alright.
over multiple of these things by the way. It's taking a
How many
nice...
times do we need to burn it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, no problem. I will act as bait, because that's all I'm good at doing.
First try, baby. Hey, first try.
We got it! Oh, we're so fucking nice, and by we I mean you. I'm
I baited
pillow
so
princessing this entire game. Just bite the pillow, man. Let's
Jamie,
go.
pull
Chris
the image.
Redfield solo run. Yeah.
Jamie, can you pull up an image of Doggy being a pillow princess? Thank you.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Thank you. Pull up on the screen right now.
Okay. I've learned of Beast.
You have learned this beast. What is its name?
I've learned of Beast. The Beast name is that my true calling is literally just talking and not playing video games.
Thank you, commentator. Thank you.
I just need to like fucking just
What's
be
the
the person I am.
What's the
Wow.
Ugandan yeah,
Randon. You wanna talk about Randon?
Brandon? Brandon? Oh, Brandon.
Randon is my role model for streaming.
Brandon's your role model?
Yes. I love him. He's a very good streamer.
Yeah, Brandon.
Most of his content is fucking Zeppelin based. And I fucking love it.
I think I saw him doing
he's so good.
Content warning with what's his name and Girl DM.
Wait. V? I press V. What the heck? There we go.
Why do I override everything you do? Like I just stand there.
I don't know. You literally don't do anything, and like I swear to God, I lose controls for some reason. Like literally lose
I
controls.
have powers that none may understand.
I remove abilities from collab partners.
I make them.
But yeah.
Actually, I was playing Serious Sam one time with a collab partner. She had bad desync issues, and it ended up being the best stream I've ever done, which is why there's always that image.
Got it.
I probably should pin that, which is the image of 3 fucking screens
What
up,
is that thing?
4 screens up, and just me
DOW,
playing,
that scumbag
Serious
left
Sam.
behind to set us up.
Her, I think, playing
Considering what it
Pokemon,
did to Alpha Team,
and then 2 other
I
screens of
think
2
we're lucky to
YouTube
still be
videos.
breathing.
It was
What
great.
the fuck is this Subway Surfers ass fucking stream, man? What is that?
I should actually send you the image. Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't crash the
Press
game.
to 8.
Is it first on your side, or is it just keep going?
Oh.
I need to search for this because I have this personally. There we go. I already have it up. It's already here. I'm gonna send it to you directly. You can show chat this if you want.
If I hit Alt Tab, the game will stop working, so I can't look at it yet. So I need to use my phone. Give me
Okay.
1 second.
Sure. I'm not. I don't want to post to him the worms meme. I already have that. I already know the worms. The worms come to me.
Give me 1 second.
We can't.
Your mission stands. We can't afford to let him get away.
That's amazing. It still works for me. Works in my computer trademark.
This stream is wild. Jesus Christ.
What's
How many
up?
windows did you have? There's so much happening at once. This is an ADHD fucking having motherfucker dream.
Yeah, that was 4 windows. Don't worry about it. My accuracy is still good. Holy shit.
A-S-C. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so nice at the game. I'm ass. Wait, I'm not ass.
Yeah, you're
I'm
ass.
almost ass.
I'm sass. You're ass.
I'm ass with
sass.
2 A's. Enemies
Sass.
rooted.
Yeah.
I'm
What's
not
up?
even playing. How did I root enemies? I'm not playing. I'm
you
just
punch.
a fucking voice in your ear.
You punch. That's fine. Fear 3 was stupid, by the way. With my friend.
I've never played Fear.
Fear 1's great. I would actually suggest it. It is not survival horror, but it is technically horror.
Oh, really?
Oh, you can buy a shotgun.
Oh.
Ooh,
Okay,
they
you know
have
what?
a scorpion. Ooh.
As long as I live, we're playing the game correctly. I just need to make sure that you stay alive.
Well, that
We-
would depend on my skill.
Yes, I know. I just need to make sure that you're alive and I heal you and keep you up. I need you to be. You're the front man. I'm the motivational voice in your ear, bro. I'm the podcast that you listen to at work. It's just me.
I'm at work killing people. You're just like, all right, you need to get in there. You need to start punching. Ah, you. Wait, what's the mentor character called in boxing?
Oh, what's
The mentor character.
Say that again.
Mentor character, like the one who's like helps the character.
Oh, the trainer.
Yeah, the trainer. You're the
The
trainer.
trainer, the spotter. Yeah, this is just me. I'm just like,
Yeah,
you got it.
You're like rubbing the shoulders like, come on, you got it. Just do it right, nice right hook. Get that guy. Get that motherfucker.
Just fucking slap him, man. You fucking got that shit, and I'm just sitting here just like, damn, I can't hit shit.
I can't hit shit, but at least he's out there, not me.
Man, this isn't how I expected the stream to go. My controls literally don't work.
How did you expect stream to go, by the way, if I may ask?
How did I expect it to go? I thought we'd fucking burn through this easily because I know we can both burn through this shit. If I could aim,
Yeah.
I would be fucking way better than this. However, I
Yeah.
can't aim, so I'm circumventing by using my speaking abilities.
It's fine.
And that's all I can do.
You know, we shredded through what is it? Fear 3 very quickly than usual. Like me and my friend, we were like shredding through it quickly. He's not. I think he's actually contemplating wanting to do some streaming.
Oh, good. He should stream. He should stream. He should stream.
If you've seen the stream with me and him, it's great. Actually, I should probably give this to you because you have. Oh yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna give it to you. You know why? You wanna know why?
No. Well, yes. Tell me.
You have the ammo, and also.
Come on!
Oh, do you want ammo? I can give it to you. I don't do that much.
Oh wait, I can't give it to you. Shit, it's fine.
I can give you ammo.
Oh,
Here.
damn it! I got pillow.
I'm good at
princess.
that.
This got pillow princess. Fuck.
Listen, man, I'm really good at biting the fucking pillow, bro. The pillow is fucking really tasty today.
Oh man. Chat, I swear I'm small. I'm not hurting Doggy at all.
I'm having fun.
He's having fun, I swear. I'm not torturing
I'm
him.
having fun. I'm enjoying every second of this. I love not having to play the game. I'm just using my skills to make it look like I'm playing the game.
It's fine. Anyways.
What a... Item menu display. Press
Just the
X to
cool
confirm what your
wing
items
against
your
the
partner has.
door.
I don't care what item my partner has. You know why? Because I'm gonna get fucked. He's gonna do it anyway.
Was
He's
that
gonna
someone?
win.
Was
I don't
that
care.
someone in chat? There's someone in chat. Why does he have all the
Alright.
items?
Go unreasonably buff bird. Oh dear me.
Yeah, this is a tripwire.
Oh, what the fuck? That was a claymore.
Yeah, tripwire.
Oh shit. I'm not a big fan of the government.
Not a big fan of the government.
30 on 30 on 30.
Not a big fan of the government.
30.
Yes, I've also seen that. You know what? First I heard that song, I fucking saw a Roblox video of that.
That sounds so good.
It was literally just him running from the police and getting attacked by them.
I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government. Not a. Oh, wow, he got fucked.
Fuck these guys, goddamn assholes.
Fucking hate Africans. I can't
You-
leave the stream up.
I think the evidence is fine. It's okay.
Okay, we can hit Africans. Got it.
I mean, we've been doing
Not a
all
big
stream.
fan-
The
Not a
government.
big fan of the government.
30.
30 on 30 on 30.
Sir,
I need to talk to the people.
they need to hear this! Sir, they need
No.
to hear this!
No one's stopping you. Not a big fan of the government.
Oh, there's a dog here.
My people! We can't kill him. Wait, let him live. No, I need him. I'm going back. I'm gonna save him. I'm not gonna let you kill that dog. No!
I'm sorry, dog. I had to put him down. I had to put him down.
My son!
That is your son. You didn't take good care of him. Remember, chat, to put down any illegitimate children you have.
He didn't do anything yet.
He literally bursted out of his skin. He was ripping off his
Okay,
skin.
dogs do that sometimes. This is why I'm not a big fan of the government.
Okay,
you
fine.
are fucking. You are the. You are part of the ATF.
I might as
I
well
know
be.
why. You are
I
part of the
I
ATF.
knew it. It would come up. I saw it open fire. Holy shit.
You glow. You're a glowy.
I'm the biggest glory around. That's right,
The enemy.
chat. I'm the enemy all of. Actually, they said they couldn't join the ATF.
I tried to become a cop once. They did not. No! The enemy, die, bitch! Don't ever touch me again, you fucking dog. Ever. This is gonna be really.
Hold on, what are you saying about the dog is innocent?
It attacked me, so now it's not innocent.
Cover that, cover that.
Legs.
Ah!
Leave me alone, bitch!
Oh, that was me.
Kill that dog! Leave me alone!
I like your fool here.
Leave him alone. I will fuck you up, bitch. Stop being a dog.
It's a
Stop
pretty good
it.
dog.
You're not my friend. I will kill you if
Why
you
am I
kill someone that I
sniping?
like.
Why am I sniping
Yeah.
with a pistol? I hate this.
I think that you either have a very unique form of mental illness,
Yeah.
or the guns just work that well. This guy's just... Dog, run!
The dog is not gonna run.
Dirty. I'm not a big fan of government. Go upstairs! Oh, shit! Wow! You could have killed me. I'm
nope.
sure I'm happy you spent an entire fucking shot on that goddamn dog. It made me very happy.
Good. It's gonna keep happening.
Oh, let me come.
Alright, yeah, you get him. You get him. You beat him up. You beat him up, Trevor.
I want to contribute something.
Guys, let him have this. Let him have this.
Okay.
Let him have it. It's just like a love. Like, alright,
Now.
yeah.
Can I eat him?
You wanna eat the dog?
No, I want to eat the person who turned into fucking goop. Is that like realistically possible? Are you allowed to eat them, or is this the T virus?
I think this is more like a parasite infection. This is Ouroboros, remember?
Man, I'm really not a big fan of the government.
He's not a big fan of the government, guys.
Okay, how is this woman helping Chris Redfield of all people?
Because we need to have a team play game. We need to have some form of team play, and if we don't let her do something, Chris will feel bad.
This is not even about her muscular structure.
This is just
Chris is literally too strong. Oh, Jesus! Not a big fan.
Okay, that was not me. I did not cause that accident.
I know. Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan. Dot. Wow. Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
I will be punching so hard that I sound like I'm taking a shit. It's fine.
Man, I can aim if I can fucking aim.
Yeah, don't worry. Your aim was actually bobbing up and down, so it is actually making it worse.
What the? Wait. Please! Camera! Oh my god. Just give me Silent Hill tank controls. Please!
Yeah, please give him tank controls. Why do you have a crossbow? We have guns in Africa. I said it like a... Yeah, we have guns in Africa.
Yeah, man, you're in Africa?
No.
Damn, that's unfortunate. You should go there. It's really,
I'm pale as fuck. You want me to die?
After this collab? I don't know. What sins have you committed? Depends on what you've done in your life. Then I'll answer the question.
There's a little bit of terrorism I've done in my my Shadowrun games. A little bit of terrorism, a little bit of torture. We may have hacked some comms. We may have blew up some critical infrastructure. Oh yeah, in a Shadowrun game, we threw rocks at power lines.
What? Jesus! Kill them! Kill these fucking dogs! They're not my friends. They're not my race. Kill them.
They're not my race, he says.
Come on. Go up! No.
Why is the shotgun the most effective thing against these damn dogs?
Why do I only... Hi, Africa? Angela, don't ever call me Africa again. I will fucking cannibalize you.
Angela, what the fuck? Hi, Africa. Hi, Africa.
I love Angela. She's fucking great.
My God.
She's weird, but she's fucking great. I love my chat. I love my fucking chat.
I love my chat.
I love my fucking viewers. Like a lot. They're good people. Can I eat these? Wait.
What are you eating?
Why are the Africans starving if they have this many rats?
I don't know. Maybe they're focused on eating human beings right now.
Marsh rats!
He really wants to eat. Actually, rat would be kind of mean. The tail would have to probably season. But there is, if you get the legs, you could probably get the most amount of meat. You probably have to fillet like the chest. So I'm like thinking like butchery because of I've taken courses on like hunting, which I need to actually do real hunting. Which I done. I just haven't got a boar successfully.
Something's coming.
Ah no!
Whoa!
No! No! Ew! Come on, that's fucking nasty.
This game is an arcade shooter.
Yeah.
Ah, look, the enemy there must.
Fuck off.
That shotgun just put him down. He just said, go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
What about this guy? I guess he's gonna get up too. Go ahead, bitch. Shut up.
Shut up. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Can we stab this thing?
No.
Yeah! Stab it!
Can we stab it?
Yeah, we can stab it! We have to get down. Sorry, if I can stab it.
Well.
Oh. Nah, big
30 on 30. 30 on 30, he's dead. Wait, we missed... My brain said I missed something important.
Your brain says you missed something important. Well, I'm gonna trust you in this thing for a bit.
No.
No. No, you gotta let it go through. You gotta let it process, because you're not gonna let go until you do the thing.
Something is behind me. My brain flagged, which means that I'm always correct in these feelings. I just don't know what I missed.
That's why I said you should let. That's why I'm letting you do it. I don't. Oh my
It's
God.
fine. I'll just let it go. I don't have any ammo, by the way.
You have. Yeah, you don't have any ammo. Let me see what I got.
How many ammo? How many ammo? I have a shotgun! Die!
Chat, let him have this. You go, doggy, you go. Go get them, bad men.
I will aim with my bad controls.
You get them. It's like watching, it's like a proud parent.
Shenanigans!
Yeah! Just watch
Okay.
him fall off like a shotgun.
Where's the
Over
enemy?
here, by the way. Oh, it's a beach episode. Holy
Like I'm
shit.
out the water?
Oh, there's something in the water.
I love beach episodes!
Yeah, the girls in like all cute bikinis and stuff.
And then
You
it's
know,
like,
Watermelon.
if it's good, the ending is the most...
Wholesome
fuck
shit.
the enemy.
Yeah.
Why is he running?
Why are you running? There's no melons in here.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Metal Gear Solid 4 has a weird fascination with melons. I think it passed on to Metal
The
Gear.
enemy. No.
Enemy?
You don't get to fucking leave, whore. Fucking die, bitch. I'm sorry, continue?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Metal Gear Solid 4 has a weird fascination with melons. I don't mean like breasts. Other the Gecko Troopers are fucking fantastic. God, I love the Gecko Trooper girls. They have like amazing models.
Wait, I need to look into that. I don't have enough knowledge about that.
Oh no, I'm sorry, they're frogs.
Problems.
Yeah, they're called frogs, and basically they're like high tech. They're basically, I think they're supposed to be like clone soldiers. I always thought if you like make a bunch of clone soldiers and make them look, you're obviously going to design to be fucking hot.
The enemy. The enemy.
You get him.
The enemy, the animus. Oh,
You got him.
fat person.
Fat person.
Oh. Oh. Chin it. I'm not gonna let you get me. I am understanding the folly of my nature.
Oh, I got his head.
What the?
I like the Scorpion better in terms of look, but the MP5 is actually
Me too, right?
impressive.
Good.
Did you know
Where's that?
that the
Go this way?
hold on. There's a fat man chasing you. This
I'm
is
not worried about him.
first.
He's not scary at all. First, we...
Oh, he's standing his ground against a shotgun blast. Holy shit!
Okay, we're gonna go... I'm gonna go knock that guy on the fucking left. You can have him. What the... What?
Doggy.
No problem, no problem, no problem.
Oh man, that was felt like God hand again. Oh god, that
No
felt so
ammo on
much
you.
like God
Can
hand.
you die? Hi! Die!
He looks like a dictator for some reason. I don't know why. Like that mustache. Look at that mustache.
Can you actually die? That's...
Thank you.
Get off my friend. Stop. Get off my friend.
Don't worry, I'm helping. By stomping nuts.
Okay.
That's so nuts. Did we kill them all?
Where? There's one more. Where is it? Is it you? You can't be alive, right?
He might be.
Did you have to turn to goop yet?
You know what I think it is? He's probably saving himself for later. He's meloning right now. I probably should have said marinating, but you know what? That's fine.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck it. I'm not
We're
getting
here.
I'm not getting this VOD. I'm just gonna accept being banned. Fuck it.
I think that I said things I should not say.
It's you realize that even private they can see it, right? It doesn't matter.
Is the game glitching?
No, I think there's a door. There's a door down here that we have to go through, and I have the key for it.
Ah, port key. So is that one right there? It's the
Yeah.
yellow sign.
Yeah, that one. Well, episode. It's time for Berserk
shit.
to happen. You remember when, when Berserk won Hayes for several years? Also, he felt cool. I'm sorry.
Gimme.
I know you can't swim.
Gimme.
Hey, dog, can you swim? I'm asking for obvious reasons.
I know the joke you're making. I know you're playing me.
I am actually serious.
But I like it.
Can you actually swim though?
Oh no, I can swim.
Okay.
I can swim because my grandfather would teach me every single fucking year and force me to swim.
Awesome.
He would just throw me into a pool and I didn't have any choice in the matter.
Did I just throw a grenade and didn't do anything?
Wow.
Thanks, game.
I didn't think.
Hold on, the game got really loud when that helicopter popped up.
Yeah, by the way, he has a rocket launcher. Oh, you
You have
nuts!
a rocket launcher?
We have a rocket launcher, friend. Yeah. Yippee!
Yippee! Whoa!
Yippee! Explosions!
Mm.
I love C4.
Ah! I understand. Sorry, I'm still biting the pillow.
It's so big. I just,
I
just
learned to
saw
be
him.
certain. I'm still biting the pillow, my bad, man.
No, I was laughing at the fact that I just saw the guy just blow up. Oh shit, I should you. Nah, whatever. What the trick?
I love this Chris Redfield Resident Evil 5 solo fucking gameplay straight on stream. I
know.
fucking love it.
He loves it.
I fucking love it.
It's so weird too, because Shepard is like, this is like the most advanced AI Shepard I've ever played with, guys. So weird. Most advanced AI.
What the? Yo.
Come here, I'm gonna punch you.
Ah,
This
you.
time.
Stop being alive right now. Hmm? Huh?
God, their eyes are also fucking weird. God damn.
Stop it!
Ooh, that was good.
Chin
Oh my god. Am I?
Cut 5 enemies with a knife. I've
Yeah.
defeated enemies?
Yeah.
Bruh.
You've been sort of helping clean up too. It's been great. You're.
I don't think I'm helping at all, man. I'm just here as emotional support, bro. No
Nah.
ammo. Shut the fuck up, Thomas. Hello, Thomas. My controls don't work. I've been playing this game for 2 hours and I don't have controls.
Guys.
I am just figuring it. I've gone through several controller configurations. They don't work, man.
Alright,
They
yeah.
just don't work,
I
bro.
got a
I'd
sniper
rather sell a
rifle,
hill take controls, bro.
Okay, so I need to actually hand you a weapon eventually.
I think that what you need to hand me is a better computer. Like Tom's gone through here to see your nips. Angela,
Angela.
be nice.
Damn, she is thirsty. Hold on, let me see. If
I love Angela.
You love her, and
but,
she's
like-
thirsty.
Here, I have something for you. Here, look. Tick,
Oh.
tick, tick. Look,
I can't. I'm full.
I got equip combine.
There.
Wow, what was that? The fucking mental illness spray is not working, by the way.
The anti-mental illness spray.
That shit did not
chat,
work. I'm still mentally ill.
Chat, I'm unfortunately going to have to tell you it's terminal for Doggy.
Oh, the enemy. Shut up, bitch! What the fuck you call me?
I said it's terminal, but yeah.
Not you. The enemy, he called me a bitch. I
Wow,
fucking hate melanated.
Saddam Hussein?
That guy's an X.
Yeah, you get him. You get him, boy. You keep swinging.
Well, you should probably not jump out that window. Is he dead?
Yeah, he said.
Okay.
I just
Thomas,
stopped
how are
him.
you doing? Welcome to the fucking shit.
Yeah, he said.
Welcome to the stream. I'm dying. I am dying in real time.
Well,
I am literally losing my mind. I cannot do combat.
You cannot do
I can't do
combat, and
combat.
I am helping you. Please be nice to Doggy.
You don't have to be nice to me. You just need to tell me that I'm
Come on.
doing all I can do.
He's doing the
I'm doing
best
my
he
best.
can. And I am doing the best I can, as in I am actually getting way too many headshots.
He's the DPS. I'm the mercy player. I'm the Discord dog. I'm the Discord dog. It's me.
By the way, combine those
It's me.
if your inventory is like really full. I got one that's a full heal.
You're doing great. Don't tell me I'm doing great. I'm doing dog shit.
He's doing great, chat. He's doing fantastic. You gotta love it. You're loving it. I love it.
Gosh. Because I can wait. I can. Okay, wait.
What?
Kirk is dead, man.
Don't know what you just said.
I'm doing my best.
There's a jump point here. Come here. Come here so I can toss you.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm a woman, man. What do
I
you
know.
want me to do?
I'm here to toss women. Come here, woman. God damn. I love tossing short people. Holy shit.
Oh shit.
Except for I'm the short one here.
Okay, there we go.
Headshot. Headshot. Yippee!
Yippee!
Okay, you're actually getting them.
The enemy getting us. Right. Okay. Gosh.
You gonna come out of your shell? You gonna come out of your shell, buddy? Come on. Yeah? Yeah, you're gonna get upset.
Okay. Okay.
There was a special animation for hitting someone from behind. It was a neck break animation. It was so fucking.
That sounds so good.
It was sick when I saw Chris Stewart.
That sounds so cool.
Yeah, it sometimes happens. I think it's an insta kill. It only happens when they're at low health. But it's like he'll just like go snap.
Yo.
Performing 20 headshots. Thanks, Sam. Did I just fucking deflect the shot with a? I deflected the weapon with a shotgun blast or with a pistol blast. Excuse me. Get the fuck out of here.
Done? No, one. Okay.
Holy shit.
We're doing good.
We're kicking ass.
Doggy, give the man some ammo. Okay, I'm being so bad, he said give him some ammo. You know what? He's right.
Oh man. Yeah, give me the machine gun ammo.
actually-
Give me the machine gun ammo.
Here you go.
That was
Here's that.
that was the
And
pistol
here's-
ammo.
I know what I gave you. And
I know,
here's
I'm full.
this. Come here. Take this. Take it. I bet my baby.
Okay, I want you to do something. Press E and then X.
E and then X. E. X.
Do you see my inventory?
Wow! Your inventory's full.
Yeah. There you go. Grab this red thing so you can combine it with the green stuff.
Okay.
It's fine. I only need some pistol ammo anyways. Oh yeah, I forgot. Headshots are better. Semi-good and bad in Resident Evil games. So keep forgetting. They always spawn high-level enemies. Or they spawn those like tentacle whip things.
There's an SMG. My chat, they know I'm bad at video games now. What do I do? I can't stream anymore.
It's fine.
My
It's
only
fine.
skill is interaction with people.
You're fine. You're fine. Chat, be nice to
I
Doggy.
can't do anything.
Chat, you apologize to Doggywara now.
If you apologize to me, I'm gonna feel bad. I want them to fucking tell me to kill myself. It's the only way I feel
Chat, tell him he's a good boy, that he's been doing well, that he's been handling ammo very well. Be nice. Be nice.
You got ammo for a gun you don't got? Okay. He's right. He's right. You know what?
By the way, give me the shotgun rounds if you're not gonna use the shotgun. Or if you wait,
Okay.
hold on. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah,
Here.
okay, I'll take that. And
So-
there's more meds. More meds, yeah. Psychosis meds.
No! Fucking bitch! Don't fucking use it!
Doggy,
You're watching the wrong perspective, Thomas. I'm losing my mind.
Doggy,
Are we jumping?
no, there's meds I want you to grab because I'm full.
What the fuck did you say? Oh!
There you go. Meds.
I didn't even know it was there. My bad.
It's fine. Anyways,
I
I'm
literally
gonna
didn't
launch
see
you.
it.
I'm gonna launch you like a cannonball, and you're gonna have to survive on your own.
Let's go! Let's
I'm
solve
not-
our
I'm not
mental
joking.
illness!
You're gonna have to survive on your own.
I did it! I gotta survive?
Yeah, you guys. You
Oh,
gotta,
if it's high stress, I'll be fine.
yeah. Ooh, oh, it's like a hunting rifle reload. Alright, let me try and make sure Doggy doesn't die with this beautiful Remington hunting rifle. 30-06 rounds. Would you like to buy
I'm gonna
this?
lock. I will lock in. I need to jump down, right?
Yeah. Because there's a locked door at the bottom.
Weakness.
I see him. I see him. I just have to get down, though.
Why did he teleport?
That was not what I intended to do. That was bad. Kill the crossbow. Yeah, there we
Come
go.
on, camera, please! Camera! Camera, 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 camera. I need you to help me out. Just for a second.
I counted only 3 rounds left. I am helping. I'm actually doing amazing. Holy shit. Even with this dog ass bobbing up and down fucking sniper rifle. Holy shit. That is terrible. Oh god. I complain.
Okay. Yosh.
Okay. You should be on.
No problem, no problem, no problem. You.
It's locked on the other side. Fucking great. And we're have to help him.
Up high.
Are you still up on the
And-
floor?
What?
Oh my god, I'm...
Dead. Down. Okay. What now?
you have to break open the door.
Door.
Okay, press Q
Down
where I'm
with
at. Press Q where I'm at. You have to be on the
Press
first
Q?
floor. Yeah, you can track me from there.
Okay. Come down. Got it.
Oh, Drake, I need
I hate how my brain works. If it's not high stress, I won't know anything.
Yeah, by the way, I'm having to check how much ammo I have. I have 1 shot left.
Wow.
I was popping heads. I did miss like 3 shots, but it's fine. It's still terrible. Alright, now I can help you. Now it's easy.
Wow. Friend shaped.
I am
You can't hear me over the game audio? Okay, hold on. I will fix that right now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, make sure your audio is louder than the game. Because people want to listen to you more than they do want to listen to you.
I know that, but I feel like this game is particularly loud. Normally
Yeah.
my audio balancing is fine, but I think this game is just really loud. Okay, Thomas, can you hear me now? What the-
Thomas, can you hear him loud and clear? Nice. Achievements in this game. What the hell? What the hell? Sorry. All the
Enemy.
all.
There's one.
Oh, is it enemy?
There's one.
No.
Where is he? Oh, there you are.
Fucker. I was trying to go for
Much better? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know about the audio. Audio is the bane of fucking streaming. It makes me so frustrated.
Alright. Come over here. Need
Okay.
give you meds.
Wow.
Meds given. He has been healed. He'll never be cured, but he'll be healed.
I'll never be cured.
He'll never.
Give your friend a blue box of ammo you have. Okay. I'm gonna take up an M45 for you, okay?
Okay. Oh my god, how much ammo have you had?
Don't start with me, man. Listen, man, this is why chat exists to help prop the fucking streamer.
Oh my god.
My model froze. Never mind, we're back.
Okay, this
Okay.
part is also a fun part. He's instant kill. I remember that. I remember that.
What the fuck is wrong with this kid? Can he go to fucking sleep?
Run!
Wow, that guy doesn't look very healthy to fight. Okay.
Oh yeah! Sorry, I like punching people. Run! Ignore them.
Melee only? Melee only? Melee only? Fucking Shiva? Melee only Shiva?
Ah!
Oh shit!
It gave you a dodge prompt, didn't it? God, I'm gonna eat shit if I don't fucking.
Oh. Eat shit. Die. Do not kill my DPS.
Run!
Nice shotgun shot.
Oh my god, please.
Okay.
I will literally punch you.
Not a big fan of the government.
Not a big fan.
How to throw the grenade?
You have to aim.
Run! Shiva!
You have to aim
Shiva!
to throw.
Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
Come on.
30 on 30 on 30.
Come on. Oh, we need a key. We have to kill him. Shit.
Oh, wow. We have used a lot of time. Okay. We are gonna solve this. Oh, Jesus.
Heal me.
Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
Run past him.
Please
I am
keep
out.
cooking it. Shenanigans. Twist kick. Get twist kick, bitch. Go, 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 go.
How are we gonna use
Not a
our
big
ammo?
fan
I
of
have
the
5. I
government.
need to use a grenade.
30 on 30 on 30. Inbound frames. 30 on 30 on 30. Die. Shenanigans.
Oh, he's dead. Good job. You killed him.
Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, no, he's not down. He's not down.
Oh, oh shit. Not a big fit.
Ah, oh, god damn it. That's what I mean too. He will instantly kill you.
Man. There was no running.
I tried. Chat, I tried.
He did his best. He cannot save me. I'm too bad at the game.
Chat, he's dead. He's dead.
Can I buy ammo?
Oh my god. Okay, so the way you put stuff in the inventory is that you get this. You select remove.
Remove.
Yeah, remove.
Okay.
Remove is what does it. Also, you can give the ammo to me if you want.
I can upgrade my gun.
Not a big
Wow.
fan of the
Okay.
government.
Take your blue boxes. How do I give you organize?
Firepower. That's pretty good. Cap. Piercing.
Yeah.
Wait, you get piercing.
I have treasures.
Yep.
I have financial stability.
Yippee!
Yippee!
I did
Okay.
not realize this machine gun has piercing on it, but okay. Right, let's sell building. Yep, sell all treasures, and we get money back.
I can buy the armor because I'm a fucking pillow princess. Let's go! I need as much as I can get in my life.
Chat, he's
I
been
don't have
calling
anything
himself.
else.
He's been calling himself a Pillow Princess all stream. It's been.
It's fucking the stream should just be called Pillow Princess fucking Pillow Princess Zatsu.
For once, the little guy's on top.
We mean the little guy.
I'm the little
Doggy,
guy.
why did you upgrade the right handgun? I miss Doggy. I'm alive, man. I'm right here, bro. I'm here. I'm okay. I'm alive. It's just I'm in pain.
Okay, chat be nice.
The one in the box is not the one you.
Yeah, there's one. Okay, so there's an extra pistol in the inventory that you
Oh
get.
no.
Did you upgrade that one?
Oh no.
Just remove that one then. Select the pistol and remove the one in the inventory and pick the new one.
Wait, hold on. Organize. Get out. Move. Remove. Get out. You go.
I actually didn't need to hit the bathroom.
You go there.
Oh.
Yes. I'm doing it correctly, chat. I'm doing it correctly. The melee vest doesn't attach to me? What the heck? What the heck? Oh no. Oh, the afirca. This game. Oh, up shotgun ammo again. Wait. Up shotgun ammo. Firepower reloads. Thomas, help. Thomas said up the shotgun ammo, which means that I should be upgrading this weapon, I believe. So, I should hit that, hit
I'm
upgrade.
sorry, I had to go. I had to take a massive piss.
Okay.
I also had to go harass my cat by kissing him a shit ton because he went missing for a bit.
I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay.
Oh god. Oh no. What'd you figure out?
Free ammo. Go to the gun.
Yeah.
It reloaded my entire.
Oh, you figured out the ammo trick where you upgrade capacity and gives you free ammo, right?
Yes.
Oh god.
I figured it out. Thomas taught me how to do it.
Grenades, by the way, because I have too many of these things.
I'll take the grenades. I don't want to play this game anyway.
Oh my god. Thomas, you're the main player here.
I'm 30.
There we go. Okay, remember we have a path back.
Yeah.
We have a path back and there's people coming in. That's what I mean by that.
He's on. How close is he behind me?
He's right there.
Really close. Got it.
Ah! Hit him! Hit him!
Go this way, bitch! Oh my fucking god. Wow, wow, that's not good.
Move. There's a barrel there.
Moving. Not a big fan.
Not a
Please
big fan
aim.
of the government. Fuck off.
Down, up. Hit. Oh shit!
Okay, you can handle that. I was just getting chased by a guy with a chainsaw. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ! Thank you very much.
You motherfucker. Not you, the other guy.
Why are you after me?
He just hates you for some reason. I think he just hates Philippines.
Oh, well,
Move!
most men do. Get kicked, bitch. I'm out of here. Alright, well, my usefulness has run out.
It has not.
Yes, it has.
Okay, he's after me now.
Give me my ammo.
Hi. Oh god. Come on. He is just being silly. Okay, he is down. We need to rush to the door.
Rush door, got it.
Rush door. Nice, switch the grenade, yeah. Eat grenade. Ass. 2 grenades. I don't know what he's made of, but he's made of something really sturdy, and I don't like that. I don't know why I said it like that. He's made of something
It's made of something real sturdy, bro.
He can take a grenade. Woo! Good shit. Good shit.
Thank you, Thomas, for telling me that I can do things if I fucking look at the screen. I can't aim. The only value I can give to this fucking game.
He's actually been helping a bit, very much. It's just, oh, it's been this game to a lot
I
of
just can't get my
newcomers is
bearings.
really...
The controls don't work the way normal controls work.
Yeah, his control system has been fucking with him. This is not like my Fear 3 stream where we ended up shredding through like several guys on accident because we did. Did you know that we accidentally triggered the DRM on Fear 3, by the way?
Wait, you triggered what? What did you do on Fear 3?
We triggered the DRM because we were going through the game so fast, we ended up triggering 3 boss battles. Yeah.
That's really cool, actually. I'm not that bad. I am that bad. I'm doing that bad right now.
He's doing fine.
My use a controller. Man, the controller. Okay, my up was right, my down was left, my right was up, my right was down. I tried controller. This is the coolest African I've ever seen in my life.
It probably was.
I didn't know they could afford gasoline.
Bollywood, let's go. That sounded like a hand cannon firing. Also, I realized I left my phone.
Okay, that was a really cool transition. If this was any other game, I'd be able to aim fine. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, time to contribute what I know I can.
Look at this. Do we have to fight them? I really hope not. I just spent a shit ton of ammo.
They're really cool.
They're really cool. They're kicking us at the kick ass.
Oh, he's gone now. Who did that?
Sniper.
Who is that? Nice. We have help. Also, Thomas, thank you for the support. I appreciate it very much. Sorry, I get brainwormy.
Oh god. Oh shit,
my God, he's so cool.
He's cooler than us. He's actually hitting shit.
Let's go, Sheva.
Oh my god, he gun jammed.
She ran out of ammo. She's just like me, for real, for real. Holy shit.
Oh hell yeah. He can actually shoot a gun.
When you start up the launcher, there should be settings, and under its gamepad settings, and then you can add the keys to whatever you like, so it works.
Oh my god, we're
don't
safe.
get gamepad settings, that's the issue.
Captain Stone, Delta Team.
Wait, hold on. I need to hydrate.
Wait,
I have not hydrated.
You have not hydrated?
Everything I know.
I have not hydrated. I'm sorry.
Actually, I have completely forgot to get water too. But it's fine.
According to the data we retrieved from the hard drive.
I'm playing games with friends, so unfortunately, all my appetites have been suppressed.
We'll follow after taking care
I have
keep your radio handy.
a salad, and I have some.
Holy shit!
I have a strawberry and lemon water next to me. Like after going for my run, I need this. I'm in a good mood today. I really like today. Today feels good.
Today's awesome. Chill.
Oh yeah, Wesker, that piece of fucking shit.
Chris,
Are you alright?
all right?
This picture,
It's
forget it.
forget
That's
it.
what
It's
they
not.
said online.
It's not Claire Redfield, so it doesn't matter to me. We have to find Leon. We need to collect the semen.
We need him to continue to bloodline.
I'm sorry, I still love
Maybe
that.
ACC. That's
Sus.
accuracy is not bad for someone who literally
No, you're actually
can't
fine.
aim, actually.
Mine is 72, which is not great. I can do better, but it's still S.
I'm just surprised that the numbers don't look that bad actually.
They don't.
Maybe I'm just beating my own ass like I normally do.
Maybe you are, and maybe you just need to like. That's why I still been giving you ammo. I don't think you're that. Those enemies are still dying, so it's like you're not useless. You're there. You're actually helping.
You did good. Yeah.
Oh god, this is.
I guess I did good. I guess I'm okay actually. I'm doing okay.
Square. Can I?
No problem. No problem.
Oh, Drek, can I actually?
No problem de además.
I can actually insert this, can't I? Details. Small pale gem.
Let's see.
I'm gonna keep the
30,
gems
30,
for
30.
reasons.
I click this, I hit combine, I hit this. So we get our slot back, right? So we hit treasures. We sell all the treasures, right? We get our money. Yes. Okay.
Can I? Yeah.
We sell this. We hit inventory. We don't upgrade this.
Oh, so wait, you had the
I-
melee armor, you'd still instantly die to a chainsaw?
We got it the second run. Give rifle. Oh, give rifle. Oh, yeah. Give rifle. Free the slot, right? Give.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I don't-
He has his shotgun, he has the rifle, and he has the handgun. So I have the shotgun.
Yeah, I don't have that
Shotgun
much.
is full.
My rifle ammo is not full. Pistol is
Oh, we go
there.
back.
We have some health. You ready?
Hold on. We're good on money. I'm not gonna, since I can't aim correctly, I need to use high firepower items. So I
like
need to use
short-
things like this.
Short range weapons, like an SMG, a shotgun. That would be good short range stuff.
I bought another shotgun. That's
He bought
that's
He bought a shotgun. Man, I wish
No,
that
wait,
was me,
actually.
guys. I wish I was buying that shotgun for myself. Wait for Doggy. Maybe
Equip,
we
bitch.
should. Maybe we
Equip,
should.
bud.
We should. Hey, Doggy, would you
can't
like
equip
to
it
go
'cause of-
shooting one day? Just like wear a bunch of ski masks and go shooting.
I think that that's the same one. Keep an eye out for the Magnum. Keep an eye out for the Magnum. Okay.
Yeah, the Magnum's really good. Shooting stream with Doggywara and
Like in real life? You wanna go?
Yeah.
You wanna go outside and actually go shooting?
Not too
Yeah.
far from here. Follow me.
we can just wear a bunch of masks.
Hunting?
Ah!
Or like you wanna go to Walmart?
I mean, like going to a shooting range. But if you want to go hunting, I'll take it, babe. Because we'd have to get like permission in someone else's land.
Oh, is it season? Is it in season?
Boar is all around. Like it's.
Boar's all around. Boar's fine. Okay.
Yeah, boar's all. Well.
Oh.
hold on.
Doggo. Mm.
That's a hyena. Fucking hyena. I'm not mailing that because I can't.
Dog corner. Right here at this angle.
Oh my god.
Dumbass.
Oh! Ah! There is a split mouth dog. Oh, they go underneath the train. Got it.
Are you okay? You need help?
Let me see.
Oh. Oh shit!
Ah! 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 I hate these dogs.
Foot mouth.
God, I hate the dogs. They're fucking high stress and they take way too many bullets.
Make sure you read the gun before you buy, as you can buy the same item you got. Okay, got it. Alright, I'll do better. No problem, no problem, no problem.
There we go. Okay. Holy shit.
So I killed the dog around this corner.
That was terrible.
Oh, the enemy.
More dogs! Doggy,
Come
help!
on, man.
Doggy, help me!
Nice
Oh,
neck.
Mindy! Ah! I am not doing well trying to do short range aim with a fucking sniper rifle.
Be right here, right? Yeah, there should be just spacing. It should be at. Yep, got it. Okay. Stop moving for 1 second.
Yeah.
The enemy. Someone's here. I don't know. It sounds like they're on high ground.
They're probably around here.
Ah, found him.
Oh, I see him. Thanks, game. I got him. I don't got him.
A little higher.
Why does everything take so much goddamn ammo to kill?
It's not working. Okay, we'll go back to this, no problem. How's your ammo looking on your rifle?
I have 2 shots left. 1 shot left.
Okay. I think I accidentally triggered something.
No, I did that. That was me. I need to give you this shotgun ammo.
You take that.
Give me the pistol ammo. Shoot those birds.
No.
Give it to me.
I'm panicking. Hold on. We'll do this. Do this. Press W. Walk backwards. Press W. Press W. Good. What the? Turn this way. It's fine. Okay.
I'm dry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright,
Alright, thank you. That's fine. You got the shotgun. Did you get the shotgun? Yeah, you got the shotgun. I gave you that. I decided to delegate short range operations to you.
Just give those to me, yeah. I need to be as stressed as possible, and I really don't like my brain today. I need to work on this kind of thing. If I am stressed, my brain will auto-correct fucking aiming.
There's some shotgun ammo over here. You need that.
Yes.
Should I have done that? It's probably a dumb idea. It's fine.
Huh? Huh? Oh!
You got fucking frightened by the minecart. I didn't even know.
I fucking hate Minecraft!
Minecraft bullies him. It's,
Come on!
Can we get...
Yeah, let's go down. Got bullied by the minecart.
I'm just fucking...
I just saw him go down, like, hey, where's he going? Oh, he's in the minecart. Oh, shit. Oh, this is a team thing. Okay.
If you're gonna lantern, then I'll walk forward then.
Yeah. Hey, you get to do the shooting this time. I'm the torch man. Now, I'm not
gonna talk much because I'm going to start fucking... I'm gonna go into, like, fucking autism mode.
There's a plant here.
Give me this. We can combine that.
Yeah.
I don't have to combine that.
I combine.
I already have one that's combined.
Have you ever seen those I keep talking about this in my chat, even though no one really responds. I keep talking about this stuff. You ever see those videos where people just... Oh, hold on. Why can't I not... I can't, like, drop this chat. Oh, here.
1 second, hold on. I need your light. Are they behind us as well?
No, I fucked up.
Oh, I am hurt. Okay. You shoot. I'm gonna hold the lantern for a second.
Okay.
But I'm hurt. Give me 1 moment, please. Let me use this. Restore health. Alright. So we swap back to shotgun. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Have you ever seen those caving videos where the people go into those really tiny, small caves, and it's like, brother, you should not be in there, like, at all.
Yeah. I watch a lot, like, camping and nature shit because I do a lot of things outside. Like, I like
camping
running,
in nature is, like, peaceful
animals
compared to half the shit these people do.
Cave stuff is really scary to me. Like, really, really scary.
Well, it's also the fact that all of your fears are legitimized. Like, if you go caving and you go missing, even if people know where you are, if you get stuck in a really bad spot, people cannot save you.
They can't. You're literally screwed.
Yeah.
Like, the logistics of getting someone out of like a really bad hole is so difficult.
And yet they do it! Ah! Do you have a grenade? Grenades instantly kill these things. Yeah, flashbang. Okay. Good shit. Good shit. You want that?
Handgun ammo.
Yeah. You're about to pick it up anyways.
Give me one moment.
But
My
yeah,
turn?
no. But yeah, no, like, every time people, like, go in those caves and
No, just go.
they go deep and squeeze through tight spots, like, they're, like, actually compressing their chest. I'm thinking, like, if you have to do that, do you really think it's a good idea to keep going?
Some people do things because they want the challenge, but like, isn't there a limit, right?
Yeah,
like I'm scared of like deep sea diving. I'm really afraid of that. I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
that scares me a lot.
There's just like a limit to me where it's like, yeah, that's just stupid. You're fucking kidding me. I got it. Okay, you can actually knock it down.
Are you not dead?
No, those things are fucking tough. That's why I say use the grenades. Like, I'm not joking. Use the grenades.
Give me 1 second, hold on.
Yeah. That's your ammo. I'm trying to keep, like, a designated type of ammo to you and to me. That way we're not, like...
Yeah, I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah.
Give me shotgun, handgun. I'll give you rifle, machine gun.
Yep. Okay, if that's the case, I'll give you... money. This pistol ammo,
You took the lantern?
Yeah, it's over here. You lost? Here,
No, I'm not lost. I'm okay. I need light.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, there's no reason to use GPS here. We're actually in bumfuck dead darkness. Over here, there's no items.
The enemy.
Oh, enemy? Where?
Hmm.
Oh, that's a guy hanging around the corner.
You can kill him. He's not gonna do anything. If you want to use your handgun now, I think that's more effective.
I think it's more effective because you can just, like, do that.
Rifle for you.
Yeah. Yes! He's already dead. There was stuff back there. I want to get that.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around then.
Yeah.
Oh, we might be going towards a boss.
I know when the boss is coming. Over here, this side.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Huh? What hit you? What the? What? No, like, what actually hit you?
I think that might be bats.
Huh? Man.
Yeah,
it's always fucking some tiny things.
Oh god. I feel like more games need to take advantage of insects, not by having them just be there, but if you want the max fear factor for insects, you need to have them get on the player character. Like, they have to actually shake them off.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. Because it's not, you're not taking advantage. There's more stuff here. There's also, I saw the elevator over there, or door over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are we going?
I'm exploring a bit. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna use your lantern then. I'm just gonna follow you.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah!
Patrick!
No, that's a snake. That's a snake! There was snakes in there!
You want the diamond?
We both get it, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, treasure. This game is great where it doesn't make you fight for treasure. Oh, god.
It's just my impulse to just be like, oh, I need to share this thing with someone else.
No, that's fine. It's fine, because that's legitimate issues in some games. Like MMORPGs that has the biggest issue with greed. Why am I keep doing this? Ah!
Huh?
God damn it! Chris, why you stomp it? Why can't you use a sword? No! Can you open it from that side?
There's no crank.
Oh, God. Okay. Okay, it's fine.
Open it again.
I get full heal anyways. Where is the crank? Are you supposed to... I don't know if this is the defense part.
Oh.
Actually, Chris would be the shotgun. Chris would definitely be a shotgun guy.
Wouldn't he? Alright. What do I do to help you to let you in?
I think
Let's
you need to find something to prop it up with.
Okay.
Because if I click release, it does that.
If it's that kind of thing, I can figure that out.
How do you grind stuff up and just turn it immediately into aerosol? What the fuck?
Mm.
There we go.
Easy.
Easy. I don't feel like I'm missing my organs at all.
Well, you're probably about to. Because this room is old school boss room.
Okay.
Time to release that. Heal.
Do you want me? Okay.
He's out.
Oh, God! Give me a run. Do I even need this lantern? No, I don't need this fucking lantern. Why are you up my ass?
Heal.
Fucking kidding me.
Backwards. Maybe. Good. Confirm. Good. Move backwards. Up. Good. Move again. Good job.
Get
Right.
smacked.
Okay. Good. Head. Good. Go.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Good. Legs.
No, I'm...
Good. Down. No problem.
Ugh. Oh, shit.
No problem. Ignore it.
I will.
Doesn't matter. Good. Split. Keep moving.
Ugh. You have a grenade?
One up,
Wait, hold on.
that's
I probably have a grenade. Hold on.
If you want a grenade. If you want a grenade, I'm gonna heal for just this. I do not have heals.
Where are
You
you?
know what that means?
Where are you?
Fucking we ball.
I see you. Thank you. Okay, it's the flashbang that kills him instantly. There you go. He's dead. He's dead. Grab your shotgun.
Hello? Shotgun. Oh, I can cook the shotgun ammo. Oh, thank you for that very much.
I try. I really am trying.
Good work. Okay.
Why do you guys keep appearing? You're like a fucking infestation.
Excessively. Where's the fucker who keeps shooting shit at me? No.
Up there.
I'm not letting him gonna keep doing that. He's getting on my nerves.
Let's go up because there's a tentacle monster right now.
I'm working on it.
Hopefully he can't follow me. Stop his nuts!
Stop his nuts! Make his nuts go squish!
His nuts will smush! Fuck him up.
I'm not handgun anymore.
Oh, he's
Ah,
actually...
look, enemy there, mouse. That's a dot for me. I got him.
Yeah.
Can I stomp him?
No, we can't stop
Can I
him.
stomp him?
No. Now.
Oh.
Fuck these things. They keep appearing. God damn.
More enemies. One up there. One northwest. Got it.
I gotta quit
Northeast.
shooting him in the head because every time I do that, it seems like it spawns them more often. Headshots might be detrimental in this game. I forgot.
What's the geography of the area? Okay, so this is a loop. I need another ladder. Okay. Ah, there we are.
Why did I do that? God damn. Okay, I got a headshot again. I keep getting headshots. It sounds good until I realize, oh yeah, headshots keep spawning these things.
Wait, hold on. Aim up, go this way, bang.
Man, this game is really bad at ammo. We just have nothing, don't we?
We don't have jack shit, but we're making it work.
Yeah. One bullet and a dream.
One bullet in a dream? My life of playing any kind of survival horror.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw that Silent Hill stream. That was great.
My every day of my life
Oh my god.
is 1 HP in a dream. I really like survival horror. I think I've grown to learn this. I really love the challenge of this. We have to figure this out. I think I really like them a lot.
You know, I've sent you a couple of games.
You have. I'm gonna check them out.
Oh yeah.
Not at the K. I'm interested in checking out. Freedom. Hi, Squishy. Welcome to the stream. I'm becoming a fucking a
He's
survival
playing
horror
Resident Evil
gamer.
with me, and he's doing a good job. I have a habit of turning heads and tentacle monsters for some reason. I don't know why.
Why are you coming at me? I'm not even asking why you're not shooting him. I'm like, why me? He shot you first. What is your issue, man?
They
This is my second time
they
here
just
today.
hate Shiva. They just hate Shiva. I think.
Well, welcome fucking back, man.
Welcome back.
My fault.
Oh, I am super stressed. Can you hear it?
Yeah, cause you have the DPS. I'm fellow princessing, okay?
Behind the wall, do not.
I am Princess Wara. Princess Wara.
Bastards.
Where did you go?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Doesn't
DPS
matter.
unavailable.
I see you. You can still track me through the level.
Ah, there you are. He's all.
No, please stand in front of me. Wait, you do that? I was joking about you staying in front, but you did it anyways.
I'll do it anyway, man.
I've
It's not
noticed.
my whole total effort because I cleaned off my plate because mom told me about them. Okay. That's still fucking funny as shit.
Why do all of you have a tentacle in your head? Why don't you all?
Oh, Jesus. There's a lot of them today.
Yeah.
Let's see. Melee vest. Oh, shit! That went through you. That did a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is why I don't
my
like
turn.
the tentacles. My issue is that it's preying on my weakness of just shooting the head. It's like, yeah, it works, except for the fact that, you know, they take advantage of it. Stab him! Shank his nuts! Stab his nuts!
Stab his nuts! Punch him to death!
Track an ammo. Oh! Ooh, rifle ammo, hell yeah. Ye old style of reloading my rifle back in the field, there we go. I love the hand reloads, I don't know why. The animation's always perfect. Go ahead.
You know what I need in this game? I need a musket and I need an M1 Garand. And I need the thumb catch animation to randomly happen. And then you get to get killed by someone.
I think someone...
Anything to the left?
Oh god, I can imagine someone programming that into like, hawk dog horseshoes and hand grenades.
Oh.
Yeah. Oops, sorry guys, we fought 500 tentacle monsters, didn't mean to. It was just an accident. And it all attracted to Sheva for some reason.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, yeah. Kiryu? Kiryu? That's
This
not Kiryu.
No, this is Australian
Think this is a
Kiryu.
joke? You're just
It's
like
the
all
Irving.
the other pieces of scum terrorists.
Sheva, wait, hold on. Sheva, hold on.
This man withstand.
You... Okay, Stan, calm down, bro.
He's got a character. Bro,
Okay.
you have 2 against 1.
We don't have to shoot each other. Like you literally, we're standards. Yeah, no way.
Oh no, someone threw. Wait.
Oh God, he's here.
Look at those legs. Those slithers.
I don't give a shit what it is with legs like that. I'll fucking get down, bro. I'm not here. I fucking hate this guy. He rolls out with the least amount of finesse I've ever seen anyone roll out of a window.
Ball. I love him. He's a grease ball. Oh my god.
That guy is funny. I really like him a lot.
What a fucking grease ball.
Suckers. He's just straight from like literally the time where Grease came out. He's just one of those people. He would be in a musical, man.
He is Max Grease.
He's Max. He's Grease Max.
Yeah, he just talks and grease pours out. Oh, don't worry. I'm not a shady criminal. Test case. He left all of his information here.
What's in the marshlands?
He left this document.
This is the worst Shadowrun ever. This is the worst criminal ever.
I hope you look like you deserve to, but it'd make me laugh. Yeah, I love that feeling. Wait, gimme. How's my ammo? How is my inventory looking? Inventory looking good. Do I have anything I don't need? No. I have my shotgun shells. I have that. We're fine. Nope. Hit that. Equip.
Are you kidding me? I have 65. You have 69 instead.
Got it. We're good. We're Gucci.
There's someone on the machine gun, by the way.
I can help you now.
Oh!
Or try to.
I fucking comboed him. That was so sad. He came at me, right, and he just fell to the floor.
He got 19 pieces.
There's a guy on machine gun.
So much noise. Hi! Diesel, you're my enemy. Ah, that guy does have a machine gun, doesn't he? Let's go this way.
Nice,
Wow. Let's go this way.
No,
You're gonna miss anyway.
He's,
Give me those legs, man.
Oh, I got him! Yeah, he's dead. Okay, got him. I'm fucking cracked. I'm fucking cracked. Thank God.
Yeah, we're actually fucking nice. I'm actually not bad. Oh.
Yeah, it just took you a bit. It just takes a little bit of adjusting. Do not. Okay. No, it's not getting to the enemy. Don't worry about it. Oh my God. No, holy shit! Sniped his head off. Can I use this?
Oh, can I use
Yes.
you? Wait, hold on. Oh shit! This game is cool as heck.
Yeah, I can use it. I just wanted to see if I could use it. It's fine.
That's for you. You're Chris Redfield. You like boulders. You will fucking do everything that requires strength. I am a woman.
You're a woman. You are
things.
delicate. You are sensitive.
I'm God. I love way more effective shots.
Holy shit, that actually worked.
I'm a woman now. Let's go. I'm getting a lot of shotgun shells. Ah, enemy there, must take this. Team it.
Okay. Yeah, I got someone came out of the boy party to ambush me, so. What a massive piece of shit, am I right? Do I have the laugh track?
Am I right, Chad?
What a piece of shit, am I right? You just came out of the boy party.
I did a good job there. I'm giving it to myself. I'm gonna be proud. I did a good fucking job. I'm happy.
He did a good job, Chad. In fact, he's been doing great. I've just been so supporting him, I swear. He's
nice
actually carrying.
Fucking grenade, the enemy there must die.
There was a gem I saw. Gem
Okay.
I saw? I love that gem. Don't worry about you don't worry about the gems. You focus on fighting. Not here. Correct. Okay. Not up there either, because that was okay. What the fuck? What the hell is this Congo shit? Oh yeah, you want to come down here and ambush me with an axe? Well, I don't need an axe. I just need my hands, because I'm Chris Redfield.
I'm Chris Redfield. I punch boulders, bro. You know how cool I am?
Oh yeah, Doggywara, what was that before the stream? The stuff about the how to not get horny.
Huh?
The how to not get horny thing in Steam forums.
How to not get horny in Steam courts? Wait,
no.
What topic are you bringing up?
Oh, hold on. Steam courts, yeah, Steam courts. No, remember in the Steam forums?
Steam forums?
Steam forums, yeah. Bro, motherfuckers. What, Dad?
Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of grenades.
Whew.
Huh.
I somehow survived that. I don't know how I did. I'm Chris motherfucking Redfield. That's how. I'm Chris goddamn Redfield. Where are you? You're actually... Oh, there's a gem.
I'm actually fucking gaming right now. I'm literally gaming.
He's gaming, bros. And I'm way behind.
I need Chris Redfield to move this. Oh, Jesus!
Where are you?
I'm at the top of the mountain. I've killed everything that's here outside of...
I'm sorry, my greed has consumed me. I need to grab a gem. Thank you. My greed has consumed me.
Someone's throwing grenades, and I need you to kill them.
Where are they?
I don't know. I killed him. Fuck.
Good job. I guess you didn't need me.
I have confidence now. I'm gaming. Never mind. I'm not bad at this game. I just thought I was.
Exactly. You're good. Chris, are you? Chris, are you trying to be polite?
Chris, is he trying? Are we pushing it off? We go from this side, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing it incorrectly. That's my issue.
Oh my god. You ever push? I push hay bales. I push hay
Like,
bales. This should be.
there's
polite.
no way. Even Chris and another person could push that off.
Yeah.
That would take so much strength. And then we'd have to rest somewhere, and then we'd get shot again.
Resting is usually not a bad idea. Unless it's this situation where it's just constant waves of people.
I'm scared of resting in Africa.
We're not in the city, we're fine.
Oh yeah.
I would agree with you if we're like back in the city, going to town square, yeah.
Why is Truck Man back, man? What are these guys from? I don't want to deal with Truck.
No, he's back.
He's fucking back. He said I lost once. Oh no.
No, he's come to deliver
we
something.
are drifting. Okay. We're not doing good.
He's come to deliver.
Yep.
And he's
just
going to
dropping off the
deliver.
package. He's not pregnant,
He's
but he
not.
always delivers.
He always delivers.
All right, well, here we go.
Yep, this is the
What's
map
those
out.
fucking gaming?
Oh my god, what is that thing? Is that a bat?
I almost said Nemesis. That's not Nemesis.
No, it's a bat.
Oh Jesus! What are you?
Wait, I was joking. I didn't realize it was a bat. that was a guess.
What in God's name is this?
That's a bat.
What is that? Yeah, man, Chris. You finally asked a real question. Chris didn't ask him if he was okay. He said, "What is that?" That he's learning.
I don't know. It appears to be a Ouroboros bat with a maggot bottom half.
Boy. Oh, boy.
Hey, have you played Bloodborne?
I've never played Bloodborne. We have proximity bombs. Okay. So, what I probably need to do, I'm gonna stress myself out for a minute. So, there's one mechanic that follows. So I need to drop this. Place. Run. I'm gonna place him on this path.
Oh,
place, run.
He's echolocating. That's the thing. He's blind. He's a bat. Remember?
Instincts say go this way. Oh, listen to my instincts.
Okay.
Okay.
Come over here.
Instincts
Come over
are
here.
working.
Avoid the mine.
Down. This way. This way.
What?
Mm.
Yeah, he's invincible otherwise. We have to just use mines.
Oh, well, that's gonna be a little bit of a pickle because I think we're very limited on mines.
We could
As
probably
such.
still lure him. We still lure him. Ow.
Oh,
Fucking bad.
oh, I'm in trouble, aren't I? Run. Okay, so we need to lead them over here.
Yeah.
At the very least. There's a mine here, which means I can run along this path. I can do this fast enough. I just have to need to go really fast. Come on, go. Okay. Get out of menu. Pick this up.
Got him.
No problem. Pick this up. Good. Run.
Yeah,
Avoid
we
this.
just wait, we have to shoot the back part. The back part.
Huh? Oh,
The maggot part.
The back part takes damage.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to deal damage to that.
Okay.
Okay. Mines and then him.
Move backwards.
He's after you. Ah, trash.
Don't let him hit me. I need to be alive to be support.
Well, you have to.
There's a
sit-
mine behind you.
Yeah, I see the mine right there.
Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do.
Yeah, hit that shit. Hit that disgusting weird maggot part. You see it?
Yeah. There's gonna be a mine when you move forward. Be careful.
Okay,
I'm running, by the way.
that's fine. It's probably after me. Yep.
That means he's coming around this way, but we need to go this way. Be careful with the mine. We haven't broken those containers yet on your right.
Yeah, we'll need
Loop
to.
around probably to get there.
Come on, big boy. Come on.
We're going behind him.
Alright, got him.
Good.
Good. Oh my god. Oh, it's so nasty to look at.
Work.
You know what's the worst part? I had to look at this close with the fucking scope. I get to see every detail. Alright.
Fuck off.
Yeah, he'll do like
I
a
think it's
sweep.
me now.
Yep. Is that for you or loot? Let's see if there's any more mines. Right
I
from-
heard an explosion, which means he hit something, or at the very least, he used a grenade.
There's a flash in here?
Would a flash stop him from doing anything?
Well, he isn't bad.
You can't see it anyway.
Yeah. Well, no, he's
Oh shit!
probably half blind, maybe. Wait for him to get on the floor.
We need to drop him, and I need to heal you.
Right into it, by the way. That was amazing. He dive bombed right into it. He doesn't want to live.
Use it right now. Use this time. Use it.
After we're done filling his holes.
Alright,
There you go.
get
There you
moving. That was perfect. We did such a good job. That was good.
Oh my god. Ah, he's dive bombing me. You go, Luke. Oh god. Will this actually work? I did wonder if the flash ring would work. But I think we might just need a,
Ah, he's on me.
yeah, he's on you. Oh my god, he leaps. You know that back part is so nasty, right?
It's fucking gross as shit.
Can I flash him?
Oh, he doesn't like me. Once again, he hates me.
I'm gonna try flashing him.
Tell me how it looks. Cause I'm
Woo!
fucked.
Got him!
It did not work.
No, it worked. He's on the floor. We did it! We fucking
Let's
clutched
go! We fucking did it!
it! Holy shit. That was so good. I wasn't expecting it to
Wait,
work.
that was clean. That was a clean run, actually. We did a good job.
Oh my god.
We did a good job.
That was great. Because I was not knowing if the flashbang would work. I'm just like, okay, it's a bat, right? Flasher. And knocked down the floor. Wow, that was stupid.
Hold on. I need to check something. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, you take it then. Oh god, it's not Kerr! Ah!
Chris!
Shiva! This can't do shit.
Okay.
I get the me again.
Okay, nice.
We finally
he
get to
is
sit
popping
down.
off with this truck driving. Holy shit! Did you see the confidence?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the hands move.
The confidence in those hand movements on that truck was crazy.
SSSC. It's the clear time's the only issue, but it's fine. It's the first time. Chat. We do
Higher accuracy. Okay,
Yeah,
playing.
you're
Okay,
fine.
playing close range. I'm figuring it out. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I'm figuring it out. This is gonna take me a minute. Zero deaths. We have been watching this game actually. Hold on. We're doing fine.
We're doing fantastic. It's just like as soon as we start coordinating, it's like, yeah, it's over. It's over.
They've already lost the game, bro. They've already lost. Clean boss fight. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
The cleanest.
Thank you for the compliment. It makes me happy.
That was such a sick throw too. You should have seen it. That was so fucking.
Oh man, I
didn't go.
my,
Woo!
my controls are funky. Okay, wait, hold on, wait. I need to give you this. This is for you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I threw the thing like right at my feet because I didn't know how it would work, but it actually worked out really well.
Ooh. I wish I'd seen it. Let's see. Can I split the handgun ammo and give it to you like it's Minecraft?
Probably not split, but I could probably give me the rifle ammo and the machine gun ammo. I'll actually give you back.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's my fault.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you that. Am I at cap? No, if it's green, I'm at cap, right? So I should just
Green
give
is
you?
at cap for the ammo.
Okay, so I want to give you this because we need handguns, right?
I'm fine.
So
I'm fine.
now we've split. Okay, I have my shotgun. I have my handgun.
How much is it to sell?
Okay,
Only
I'm
14.
fine. Sell our treasures.
I'm feeling like I'm going to need to use these. I'm going to hold on to these for reasons. If you want, I can swap duties from the rifle dudes to shotgun duty.
New items in shop. Okay. Chat said new items in shop. Okay. New items. Bye.
Ooh, that's...
Whoa! Proximity bombs! Whoa!
We now get them forever. There was my friend.
Okay. Let's get some health.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wait, hold on. Okay. Let's get some fucking health.
Oh my god, 3,000.
We're sprayed the fuck up right now. Let's get 3 proximity bombs.
You know what's the funny thing? I've been upgrading the firepower on my shotgun. I have not upgraded its capacity.
You've never... I need to upgrade as well! Okay.
Yeah. Did you buy nothing but sparks and bombs? Yeah. Okay. He wants to stay on shotgun duty, so I'll let him stay on shotgun duty. I've been fun with the sniper rifle. I still have...
Literally just keep me a shotgun duty.
Yeah. This is sick. We're fucking sick.
I have made a horrible mistake. Okay. I hit this. I hit upgrade. And then I hit capacity 900 times. Oh man. Oh boy.
I'm so glad I'm not upgrading. I'm just gonna keep everything as it is at the moment because I feel like... So, usually your Resident Evil games with the treasures, when you get them, someone will probably correct me if Resident Evil 5 has this, but you can combine it with other treasures.
You can? They get more value.
In Resident Evil 4 you could do that. I don't know if they kept that mechanic for 5.
Oh.
That was a thing in 4
What?
though. Actually,
Okay.
Can your chat confirm that?
My chat probably can actually. My chat loves fucking survival horrors apparently. Thomas said that not in this, he thinks.
Not in this.
And
That's sad.
And if Thomas said it, then I will take it as truth.
I will sell them. I will take Thomas's word, being that Thomas owes me money.
Thomas is really reliable about things.
Okay.
So, we're fine. If he said it, it's most likely true.
We're just gonna upgrade by magazine then, and I have level 2 crit, by the way, for the pistol.
Level 2 what?
Yeah, you can upgrade.
What?
Level 2 crit, yeah. So,
there's crit percentage!
Yeah.
Yes, but there will be other opportunities. Shove it to headquarters.
This is headquarters. What's your situation?
Wow.
This has been a
There's a high
fantastic
probability that Irving is on his way to
Actually, I wasn't happy with it the first hour, but now I'm just like, yeah, I'll keep the stream up. I'm in a good mood now. We're fine. Everything started coming together. I was really... These guys are crazy!
Here they come! Here come the biker boys!
Do what you gotta do to stop them.
Hello? Can I shoot?
What are you shooting?
They cool down.
Oh my god, these guys fly fast. Oh, you have the big gun. I have...
Up that, like, my mouse moves the way it's supposed to.
Wait, do I have a...
I can aim
What
this way.
machine gun is this? Oh god! Oh, Trisha would love this. This is the first machine gun. Oh my god.
What does all this have to do with Ouroboros?
I like how he says it like nothing's happening.
Looks like
What
the
is
only
this
way we're getting answers is from
Ouroboros,
Irving.
guys? I don't understand. Like, Chris, you are being attacked. I don't understand. This is so weird. He's so stupid.
Chris is the definition of a himbo. I swear to God.
He is. It's
He's
just
so fucking stupid. I love him.
I just wonder why there was no concern in his voice. Like, Leon sounds cool about it, right? But he's like in like a bad situation.
That won't even scratch the paint.
Yeah, I won't even scratch the paint.
I need you to hit these guys. You do a sweeping volley fire, Dougie. Do sweeping volley fires on these bikes.
Wait. This game is pretty interactive. If I shoot the wheels...
Yeah, hit them too.
Oh, I thought you were focusing on the trucks.
I am. I'm focusing on everything.
Hold on tight.
I can aim now, so now I can actually add DPS to something.
Yeah, you have a minigun, by the way.
Reinforcements are en route. Hold your position until they arrive. Repeat, hold your position.
Okay, game, I can't aim that far. Are you on the left or the right? I'm focusing on the one on the right.
I'm focusing on everything that's on a bike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I can aim now, so now I can actually fucking contribute.
Whew. My gun's hot.
Yeah.
I actually do like this gun though. This gun is actually hot. I feel like the same twitchy
Resell value.
Ow.
These guns do not move after.
Open fire! Open fire!
Unless you two do something about it.
My gun's red hot. I mean, you're slow moving, I'm faster, guys.
Oh.
Oh, I got him before he could throw it. Awesome. Bro, why are you fucking paddling a sickle when we're on machine guns?
This is gonna affect the economy greatly.
This will affect the trout economy.
Welcome to the chat for Elemental. This is definitely gonna affect the economy.
This will affect the trout economy.
It's so fucking over. My gun is overheating.
Yeah, me too.
Do something.
Thanks.
I can't aim like this. This truck is moving.
This is a terrible sequence.
Stop hitting me like this. I can't stabilize. This game is just an arcade shooter. I love it. Oh my god. We died?
Yeah, okay. I tried shoot. You have to just shoot the truck. I don't know.
What did I do wrong? Okay, I need to figure out what I did wrong. I did something wrong.
Just shoot. That's all you have
Just
to
keep
do.
doing what I was doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am focusing on the people in the truck.
He's trying to ram us into the river!
See that
Do
wheel?
something!
There we go. Get off of us. God damn. I need to shoot you.
We need to get the guy out the car, right? If we just shoot him, we're fine.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
easy.
Holy shit.
Easy,
That was
no
stressful.
problem. Only one run.
I'm not stressed. I'm just killing a bunch of
They have so many
Africans.
motorcycles. How did they get their fucking fuel?
I thought they were all infected with coronavirus. Why the hell do they have like an entire economy? Who's selling them like dirt bikes?
That's what I'm saying. It's like
Who's importing
you are
these things?
starving African zombies, and people are selling you dirt bikes that are expendable. These are war costs.
I know. And apparently there's a... That was the safest thing for him to happen, which was land the war. It could have been much worse. He could have just landed on the fucking pavement.
I fucking...
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm fucked. I'm just gonna play survival horrors for the rest of my life. I'm so fucking screwed. Survival horrors and like fucking puzzle games from like 2000 and from like 1999.
Chat,
I'm just so fucked.
He's committed to it. He's committed to the puzzle games.
It's over.
He's
It's
committed.
so over.
If anything worse happens, he'll get addicted to Factorio 2, and there's nothing you can do.
Man, Tism games? You don't want me to play a Tism game, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If he plays Factorio, you cannot let him play Factorio. He will
I will be here for 8 hours.
Look out!
Oh shit! Jesus Christ! Nah, man. Oh!
Oh, Gigantos, oh, you're back!
Okay, we're here now. Alrighty then.
Oh my god, he's back!
Well,
he's
stressed again.
back.
Time to fight.
Oh my god,
cover
he's
mechanics.
back! Chat, he's back! I miss him from Leslie Evil's floor.
I am deeply afraid of whatever the heck this is. Oh shit!
Why does this look like it was like a Dragon Stockholm model, but they reused the same?
Okay. I will say if
Get to the truck!
this game is really fun with someone else, but holy fuck, it did the cinematics really well. I will give it that.
Am I driving?
Oh
down
shit!
the street? I got the PKM.
I need to put on the Mike Wazowski mask. I might need to fucking go even further beyond.
Please tell me you. Oh!
Oh Jesus!
I'm not ducking. Fuck you, go away. You have
We're
to
gonna play this one to run. We're gonna be fucking nice. We're fine. No problem.
Oh, wait.
The legs?
Is it? Shake. You have the high DPS to try and focus on. Oh! Trick shot! I trick shot it. Jesus! Okay, it's that merciful. So whenever he's about to attack, we have to hit him in the face. I know it sounds obvious, but still.
I overheated.
It's fine.
We're in trouble.
What?
Huh?
That's an insta-kill. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Wait, how are we supposed to stop that?
I think we were just supposed to shoot him.
Okay.
Yeah,
My fault for overheating.
It's not doing that. I'm talking to the guy here, so... It's not doing that. That's... You know... I don't like smelly feet.
Okay. Trick or treat. Trick or treat.
I like feet.
Yeah.
Ew. No pants leave.
Okay, we're... Huh? That's new. We shouldn't let you do that.
Yeah, I just. I sound like I'm gonna die whenever I do that.
Jesus Christ!
Got me.
I'm conserving for a second. I need my gun to go down.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
I'm going back in.
What the fuck? That is
He's gonna tackle in a second. Okay. We're fine.
Shoot the big thing.
Okay. Just shoot it.
Just
shoot it.
I'm trying to shoot it and shoot over at the same time. I have the nuke ability to
Chine. Alright. Ammo's going. Alright, my gun's overheating. We are fucking we are fucking killing these fucking QTEs.
Help.
Let's go.
No! Help me! Help me!
No feet. We're not for bros and we're not for bros in this fucking chat, man. Oh.
No foot bros.
Shoot him. We don't condone foot bros. Shoot him.
I am. Woo!
Good work. Oh my god, I almost didn't get it.
Me. You actually saved me.
Let's fucking go.
Okay, ah! Okay. What do you mean scan request?
Okay. Hold on. Let's get it. Let's get that one. Get it one. I'm on the right shoulder. Good work. Left shoulder.
Charge!
Good fucking work. Okay, let's hit that one. Good. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing it, chat.
We're doing it, Doggy.
Jesus Christ.
Chat, give Doggy your energy.
Spirit bomb, let's go.
Give Doggy your energy.
Work. My gun's overheating. I'm going down for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Come back up. No feet in my chat. No feet in my chat.
No feet.
No feet.
Why are you laughing? Get out of there.
Stop.
They're laughing at me. Why are they laughing?
They're laughing.
Yeah, they
hate you.
Vision
This
laughing
again.
at me. Yeah.
This motherfucker. Nope, fuck you. Alright.
I forget what happened to me.
Let's
He's charging!
Good work.
Holy
Good work,
shit,
good work.
that was so clutch. Okay, I have to get these guys.
Okay, I'm overheated. You need the cover.
Okay, shit. I don't want to smell your breath. I know it stinks.
Good work. Good work.
Please
die. How many times?
He said, yippee!
Good fucking job.
GG,
Good job, bro. No problem. No problem. We fucking got it. We fucking got it. Good job.
Let's go. That was 50K. Yeah, mortgage on that. Motherfucker.
That made me happy. Okay. Let's go.
Oh no, this neighbor's character is dead.
Okay. I need to
do this. You can still back out.
What?
hydrate. I have no water left, man.
Oh wait, hold on.
No.
Chris is telling Sheva to back out.
We should both get the hell out of here.
Wait, what's happening?
I'm here just for the mission.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
here for Leon Seaman.
A while back, I received some
Ah.
my partner was think. But when I saw the data file from Delta Team, I knew for sure. Jill is still alive.
Okay, yeah,
I want to continue the fucking Redfield bloodline.
Are you even sure it's the same person?
We were
She's right, actually.
I mean, if you have Chris Redfield as an ally and he thinks you're alive and you might be alive, that's like the best thing.
You're not gonna
Yeah, that's fair. It's Chris.
Just like, I think he's alive. He just likes like bashing through doors. Hey, are you alive?
I'm going.
Chris is he's so fucking dumb that he just like creates new realities by just saying, I think he's alive.
I think he's alive.
He just jumps through.
Are you sure? You saw his
building.
grave. Yeah, he just smashes through the door. Like the guy behind, like holding the door back, just flies out. Like in the Yakuza 6.
I want to play Resident Evil 1
Oh yeah.
on stream. I feel like Resident Evil 1 would be a fun game to play.
Oh,
I really, you know, one of my favorite mechanics ever, the ribbon system.
The ribbon
I
system?
love the idea
Limited saves? You
of
like
limited save states. I love it.
Oh, you know what's
it
another
adds to the
game I
horror.
could suggest, but it's probably not survival horror. I don't know if it counts.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Pathologic, which I don't know if that's a good idea.
Pathologic is a good. I feel like Pathologic is a good stream game, but like it's basically just a Zatsu fucking game.
Oh yeah.
Like so many things. You're the only other person. You're one of 2 people I know in my life that has ever suggested Pathologic to me. Pathologic is a great fucking game, but holy moly, is it storytelling content from beginning to end. It's like Termina or Fear and Hunger. It's amazing.
Oh my god.
It's
I think
so
Termina.
good.
You wanted to fight? I think Termina is more. I would be more willing to play Termina than Fear and Hunger 1. I don't know why. I have a reversion to it. It's.
What? Yeah, actually, that question. Why? Why do you feel that way?
I think it's just too intense for me. It's like, it's a fantastic series. It has great lore, and then I'm like looking at the stuff. I'm like, I don't think I can enjoy this. I think I would be a little bitch.
I think that's fair. Fear and Hunger is extreme. Every single health spray takes up a slot. Oh fuck.
He's been buying health canisters, guys. Oh, Doggy is finally awakened. He is finally ready to take on the.
I'm pressing ready. I don't care how the game works. I'm pressing ready. We're fucking going. I don't care anymore. I've found my ground. I have found what I can do to be effective. We're just gonna do that. Easy.
Oh.
But yeah, Fear and Hunger.
Yeah.
What happened to your plot?
Fear and Hunger is one of the most.
We're pursuing a man named Albert Wesker.
I seen what happens when you lose against the guards. You get your
Damn.
asshole stretched.
Wesker.
Fucking Fear and Hunger
Will stretch your asshole.
has
I met him again.
RNG
on Rockford Island.
on every difficulty, and sometimes things just won't happen.
Years ago, we
It's amazing. You will not. You can start so many runs,
Spencer.
and everything is just insanity. Sometimes you will walk by a crack,
Yeah.
and they will steal a party member. Like they will just get literally snatched. Fear and Hunger is insanity. But like,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Cool.
Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, you're listening. I see like Albert Wesker fucking flash step in.
This is fucking these Byakuya.
Oh my god, he got the nose.
This is like, calm your ass down, man. Wesker's so fucking cool,
shit.
man.
Oh my god! I know what.
This is every man's fantasy to be Wesker.
I know, right? Oh my god. This is like Gotham again. Oh my god! Oh my god! The WWE! Oh my god! Oh my god! Here comes Shield, the steel chair!
From out of nowhere.
Actually, that might actually happen. I don't remember this cutscene.
No!
Oh, she is coming with the steel chair!
Let's finish this.
Oh!
Okay, Chris, I'm not gonna lie. You expecting her to be alive after that is kind of crazy.
Jill's body was never.
Yeah,
found.
no, this is why I said, hey, you gotta want
Person I saw on that date
Chris
looked
Redfield to
like-
believe you're alive.
I have to know
He's-
he's still alive.
His faith is
Amazing.
We were part.
his faith is ridiculous.
How about you?
Yeah,
Why'd you
she's
join
still
the
alive
DSA?
after tumbling into a bunch of rocks
parents were
with
involved in
Albert
an
Wesker.
accident
I mean, if it's
when
Albert
I was
Wesker
young.
that she's tumbling with, you know, I can technically understand.
My fear is not even that. Okay, she falls, she's going to hurt herself, maybe she'll be alive, right?
Yeah.
But Wesker is going to kill her.
We're using Africa.
He's not gonna die from that fall. But he will kill her.
Bioweapons will
I
That's my fear.
Right now.
And someone has to pay for that.
You joined the BSAA.
Anyways, yeah.
There's
No,
only
yeah,
so much
Wesker
one
would
person
totally
can
kill
do.
her.
Even a superhero like you, Chris.
He's going to follow up and fucking kill her, man. I'm no superhero. Okay, Chris Redfield. Okay, Chris Redfield.
Let's make a stand.
I'm no superhero. Shut up.
Whatever.
Hang on.
I'm
Chris, shut up.
Holy shit.
That is James Sunderland saying, "I'm not depressed."
I'm not a
Like-
superhero. He says fucking punching Wesker and like getting a nose shot on him. Punching boulders. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
The big money selling items in this game are the best prices. Huh? The big money selling items in this game. I should sell my items? Oh.
Beast slate.
Oh fuck, so beast. Oh, we have. What is with the collision boxes in this game sometimes? What the heck?
Gems. Ammo.
Selling items.
Yeah,
like
you can
weapons.
you
Is
can
that what I
sell-
should be selling?
Works with BSAA agent, such a tragedy. His PV8 has an unset message scheduled for it. From the evidence gathered thus far, it appears that the most of Delta team was wiped out between the time they requested backup and the time we reached the area. One of the beacons was still transmitting an active signal, so we moved to intercept due to a possibility of survivors. While en route, the beacon's transmission ceased. Judging by the last transmission, the beacon should be just ahead of our current position. There's a sealed door currently blocking our route, so infiltration may prove difficult. End report. Okay, so, stuff ahead might have stuff. Got it.
The bosses
Ooh,
were fun from drop loot. Oh, I've been selling my chargers though. But am I doing something incorrectly?
Wait.
I sell my chargers. Wait, no. The bosses drop loot that I need to be selling. Which means... it's not in my inventory until I get to the mission end screen.
Okay, well, we don't need to worry about that then.
Okay.
Okay, I don't
No,
need...
like the chainsaw boy drops loot. Oh, he does!
Oh, they mean the sub-boss. Oh!
Chainsaw man drops fucking loot. Ah, fuck.
So
We're not being optimal.
We could kill them, is what they're saying. But I don't think this equipment's really good for that. Oh, we can get on the boat here, by the way.
Nani? Gotta use the boat again.
Yep, we're getting back on the boat.
Come on, come on.
It's the boat episode.
Come on, come on, come on.
Are you
come
ready
on.
to watch Idolmaster for 3 months straight before getting back to your really edgy and gruesome manga?
Except, wait, hold on, wait.
I'm driving the boat.
I can tell. I don't know why the controls on my screen then.
I guess it's just in case you want to drive.
Oh.
Because you can drive.
Oh shit, your spatial awareness is actually working. I'm used to people not being able to drive in any shape or form.
You know, I've been seeing a lot of VTubers with that issue.
As much as I don't want to say this shit on stream, I think it's mostly female VTubers. I'll be completely fucking honest.
I don't think anyone's going to blame you for saying it's mostly female VTubers. Although I have seen Himori have driving issues as well.
Like, I've seen some people, some male just like being shit at driving, but they can drive in real life, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But holy fuck, like you just spatial awareness, man. Just it's fine. You just literally need to be aware of what you're doing.
Wow. Oh my god, we just fucking
Dude, this guy is fucking feral. Holy moly.
Ah, they're more infected.
Someone do this to them.
Look, the enemy there must.
How can somebody turn these people infected? Don't you know that's wrong? That's wrong! They say it's like punch a man right in the face. How could you do
I
this
love-
to these innocent people?
Oh. I love how racially motivated this game is. I fucking love it.
We went from fighting Spaniards to fighting Africans, so, you know.
Whoa.
Why are you
Don't
ducking your
do
head?
that.
Not that.
My reflexes are getting better in my control. You probably shouldn't approach me at close range, bitch. That's not a good idea. Look, the enemy.
Oh my god, the crit. Look at that crit rate. They're dropping. Holy shit. I love critical hits.
Oh.
There's shotgun ammo over here, by the way.
He's not doing anything. Oh.
Sorry, I had
Aw.
it took me a moment to acquire.
I wanted to knife him. I wanted to knife him. Use some of the 50 fucking handgun rounds. He's so fucking right for that.
Oh my god.
Alright, we're playing Silent Hill 2 again? Alright, we have too many handgun rounds.
By the way, grab that shotgun round. Grab the shotgun, give me the spare.
Right here, got it.
Pistol, right there.
Oh, I'm full. Give me 1 second. Let me organize my inventory. Because I have to make sure.
Give me the pistol. There you
Hang
go.
on.
It's a win-win. As in I win and you get ammo. For a bigger gun. He wins. Damn, that is a big
More
fucking
handgun.
fish! Look at that!
What handgun? There's handgun ammo.
The handgun everywhere. I think this is the most loom up map ever, because it's like, you just find random locations to find stuff.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh!
I love when I can aim properly.
I love looking for random items. Okay, we have more SMG ammo.
Right. I swear to God, Thomas fucking guides me through video games by saying as little words as possible.
Amazing.
I'm so lucky to have him.
You are so blessed. I don't know what kind of chat I'm eventually going to develop. I've had a couple people from like Serious Sam. They love Serious Sam. The Slavs really love Serious Sam.
I've never played Serious Sam.
Do you like board shooters? Like first person shooter horde.
That sounds really... Have I ever played one? I don't think I can make a proper opinion yet. What the fuck? What are the mechanics of that? I'm gonna kill all of them.
Alright. I
Set
need
me
you
up.
to shoot.
That I can do, because I can aim like this.
There you go. Look at Doggy go. They have bomb arrows. You got them. Good job, champ. I'm so glad I stopped. Yippee!
Yeah, this part is easy. Yippee. No problem. I can aim with my mouse, so I can actually look at shit.
Yeah. It's fucking great. You can actually aim.
What the fuck? They're just in the water.
They're in the water!
What the hell are these guys? Jesus Christ! These guys are crazy!
Woo!
What do I shoot at now? The enemy... Where's the enemy?
You'll see him. I think we ran through him. I ran them over. Don't worry about it. We'll collect the insurance later.
Why would it just sit in water? We're gonna collect their life insurance.
Look, they were staying in the middle of the highway. I had to run them over. You know that, Doggy.
He had the right of way. The white of the
white of way.
The white of way.
The white. You want to drive?
I wanted to make a Christopher Columbus joke, but I couldn't because he wasn't white.
All right, how about you drive and I try to shoot?
Let me drive. Okay.
Yeah. I'm
Let's see
giving
if I
you,
can figure out how to
the
do-
keys.
You should not be giving the person who has dog shit controls driving abilities.
I know.
I am. You. Where am I going?
If you press M, you can look at the map.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, should we be going this way? We should be going back this way.
We can explore a bit. Go towards the X's though. No, because we don't have
Go
to
towards
pay.
the X's?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's almost like I played this game before. Oh.
Where do we get off at? Here?
Yeah. Amazing.
Got it.
Fantastic. You
Got it.
did well.
I'm actually doing well. I just beat myself up too much.
I've noticed. We all do. I've started to notice we all fucking do that. What the hell, man? Oh god, there's Crocs!
Oh Jesus! Oh, be stressed. Just be stressed. No, don't be that stressed.
I think we're just supposed to run past them. They're like real Crocs. They're like, they're like real Crocs. They're fucking deadly.
I didn't expect crocodiles. I did not expect Crocs, man.
Well, to be fair, we are in like a marsh area. It should be. Keep an eye out for one.
I have a question. Can I proximity bomb crocodiles?
I don't think you can.
I don't think the incendiaries work in water, but what are the mechanics of this game?
Did you know that most of
one, left. Your left.
Okay, I'm gonna run.
Good. Oh, you're gonna run? Okay, well, I'm gonna die. Oh.
They did not seem killable. They did not seem killable.
Well,
I'm out. I'm out of the water.
I am in... Okay.
Just juke him. You can do it, buddy. Come on.
Come on.
Oh, did you know you can hunt crocodiles? The way they hunt crocodiles is like with an explosive tipped spear.
Real? You just blow them up at once?
No.
Just, you one-shot them?
So, when you hunt with a explosive tipped spear, the charged spear, you want to make sure they're underwater when you jam the spear into their head. Because what you want is for it to explode. They're above me. Oh my god, that's so fucking...
Ooh.
That's so fucking good. Why do you have a beehive on your head? Ooh! What the fuck?
Are you going to shotgun or handgun first? I should handgun to save fucking ammo, but I keep getting...
Oh, egg!
I keep getting fucking handgun ammo.
Oh, egg.
Thank you, Thomas, for guiding me through video games. There's a red herb. You have no inventory space. Can you combine your green herbs?
I can combine them, yeah.
You want to spray? You mean for upgrades? Probably shotgun. Because my reflexes, since I'm playing short range, shotgun would be better for me immediately.
Oh god.
Come
We're
on!
doing it. This pistol's really good once
Do you think I should do handgun, Thomas?
I think the pistol crit rate is insane once you get like up, so it's like instant killing people on accident.
Max the shotgun ASAP. Pour into the... Okay, so pour into the shotgun. Got it. Will do.
Oh, I heard it, man. But do I understand it, man? No.
I need to, like... I need to pee.
Do you need pee?
I need to become piss.
He's got to take a piss.
I have to go pee. Whoa. Crocodile music. Oh, we gotta get back to the... Okay, wait. We have to get back. I'm good at juking. No problem. Okay,
I got a gem out of that. I risked my life for a piece of shiny jewelry. Ooh, shiny! There's like a crocodile next to me. Oh my god.
My spatial awareness is fucking insanity.
Yeah,
I'm fine. I didn't have an image of where this boat was in my head, but I knew where it was. Okay. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I have to take a pee break. And Chris needs the VC61. Max. Nani. Why the VC61?
Scorpion.
Whoa. Okay, let me use the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm gonna get... I feel like I should not have got on. We're gonna trigger something.
Okay, if you're gonna take a piss, I'm gonna see if I can get some water, okay?
Okay.
Water
Small
time.
break time, boys.
Break time!
We're not doing the Yomo break. We're just gonna take a small break. We're gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back. I like a special weapon. Whoa! Okay. Alright, chat.
I'm actually
I'm
getting
gonna...
some water. I'm actually fucking thirsty. Go!
Yeah. Go. Okay. I'll be right back. Oh. I'm back. I'm back. Hello? Am I the first one back? I'm the first one back. I am the one who knocks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hello. I have lasagna.
Welcome back. Thank you. I got a soda.
You got soda? I got lasagna.
I have a You have lasagna? What the
Lasagna?
fuck?
Yeah, I have a pizza sandwich.
I want lasagna.
Um,
I love lasagna. I want lasagna.
it's okay.
I'm
It's like
Garfield.
classic. You're Garfield?
Garfield is my stripper name.
Stripper name.
Alright.
Well, girls, you heard it first from here. You just need a big old plate of lasagna.
Man, listen, man. Alright, chat, look. If you ever want to rizz me up, you just need to talk. You just need to talk well and bring me a plate of lasagna. I will fall in love with you so quickly. I'm normally the person who cooks in my family. I'm... man, a good plate of food will I will fall in love with you so quickly.
Look, if you want
Make
to
sure
wait...
you up the basic chicken. Okay.
But yeah, if you want to wait to a man's heart, you gotta learn how to cook. That's
Yeah.
the truth, chat. I mean, I could make a lasagna, but that's besides the point. No, I'm not.
No,
Good.
I'm gonna teach you guys some tech. First off, in order to get a woman to like you, you should know how to cook. You should just know how to cook. Period.
Oh, yeah.
However, I've learned that a lot of men cannot actually cook, and that's not good. It's a survival skill.
It is. Exercise and like cooking is like the most essential thing. Like cooking can help you with losing weight. It can also help you with like keeping things cost effective.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
If you do not know how to cook, it is the most detrimental thing. It's like not knowing how to do exercise either, or not doing exercise.
You spend so much money, man. You spend so much money. If you can't egg white, why is it white?
Oh, egg.
I feel like I don't like this. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, let's get back on topic. The cooking.
Yeah, cooking is super important though. If you don't, everyone should at least learn how to do something basic, even like a lasagna, which is actually basic. It is just layered, like, it's pasta, sauce, meat, cheese. Pasta, sauce, meat, cheese.
Yep.
Pasta, sauce, meat, cheese.
Yep. And then you top it.
Yep.
You make sure that you have enough moisture, which is because you're, depending on how you decide to make it, you're technically still boiling it. You're technically boiling the noodles.
Yeah.
Because you're getting the moisture from the tomatoes,
Sauce.
but people don't understand food science. Like, you have... Oh.
Keep going, keep talking.
You have to layer it. That's how the fucking food science works.
Yeah.
Sadly, cooking here is getting too costly. I don't even have an argument against that. Cooking food, the cost of food is getting ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Like, really, really ridiculous. Let me go do my job now. Hi.
Ah! You're being attacked.
Arigato.
Was attacked. I was talking about food!
Africans? Food? What do they know about food?
They don't know anything, that's why I'm punching them! Anyways. But yeah, lasagna is fucking delicious.
Oh.
You gotta, some people really do need to learn how to make their own pasta. Because, like, not pasta sauce, not just that, but like the pasta itself, like the dough.
There's people who literally just use their air fryers for everything, and I'm just like, what the actual fuck?
Literally, it's not own the air fryer, but
how do you do that?
It's technically
He
just...
sounds like he does not own the air fryer. Watch out, let me shoot him.
You got him. There's also a shotgun ammo over here.
Okay. Doggy ground beef here is up to 23 for a cheap pack and 35. Where the fuck do you live? There is no way in hell someone is charging you $23 for ground beef. That's insanity. Like, genuine. Like, that is like human rights problems.
That is, the farms aren't working, or the cattle farms aren't working. Stop. That's insane.
Man, that's not okay. That's genuinely not okay. No. No.
Yeah, you gotta check your
Fuck
local butchers for that stuff. If
Well,
it's getting that much.
He said he's in Canada, so I think at this point you need to literally just grind your own meat.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you need to go like to Costco or something and just.
You need to go
grab
hunting and grind your own meat. Which the good
That's
thing
just
about.
not... Local is 40 to 55 a
Oh my god, finally.
That frustrates me so much. Wait. Okay, you reload it. Got it.
We got chicken dinner, by the way.
Winner.
Chicken dinner. You got.
That frustrates me. I don't like when people have to go through things that they don't have to go through. That you shouldn't have to spend that much money.
You shouldn't.
That's not okay.
But that means that they ain't doing something about it correctly. That's it.
Something's fucked up somewhere. Like you can, if you get a large hump of meat, you can make beef jerky and make steaks for free, but you need to learn the skill. Oh shit!
Ah, shit. That's what I meant. I saw it. Go ahead. Bro.
A lot of what you pay for, when it comes down to food services, is you're paying for convenience. You're not paying for, like, if you buy fruit and it's chopped, you are paying for the fact that it's chopped.
Yeah.
You are not paying for the fruit. Guys, I just got a 31% CO2 tax hike.
Oh my god, the CO2
31
tax. Why do I have to remember that crap?
I'm sorry, I'm in shock at the moment.
He's talking about the CO2 tax. It's fucking
Jesus.
over.
I don't.
He doesn't want to hear it right now. He's so mad.
That frustrates. You don't understand. I'm actually getting fucking angry. And thank God I'm playing a Resident Evil game because I'm gonna take it out on the fucking zombies.
I'm
but
so
like,
glad.
people. I like when people are happy. I really dislike when people have to deal with shit they shouldn't have to deal with. It makes me so fucking livid. I'm sorry. Working in healthcare fucking nailed this into me. If people are being fucking retarded, I feel it's my job to kill them. As such, the good people get to stay. The bad people have to leave.
Chris Redfield gets to stay.
Chris gets to he's fucking dumb as fuck though.
Yeah, but do you really want him against you?
No, hell no, he'll kill me. He's stupid, not untrained.
Exactly. You will bench press that mountain.
Fucking Chris could. Wait, I'm having flashbacks.
He's having flashbacks. It's back to the war.
I am having actual Vietnam flashbacks.
Back to the trenches.
Jesus Christ! Oh, okay.
Hold on, I need
Okay,
Shit.
okay. Stop moving for a second. Not you, me.
Yeah, I need to
need to get my bearings. I need to understand why bombs are going off.
I got the first one. I got the rifle. You need to point him out to me.
Okay. Easy. Dog down lane right.
Rain right.
I'm pushing. Dog. Oh, those aren't dogs. Those are birds. Well, there's holes here. I don't know what they do.
I thought you said there's hose here. Like what?
There's holes here? Oh, listen, man. I'm not.
I'm like, damn, they're here.
The holes in Africa? Hell no, man.
No.
They don't know their market. I have a green herb. I'm gonna. Can you combine? You can't combine it. Okay. Can I just drop this and you can pick it up? Exchange.
Yeah, we can
I need ammo.
Okay. Okay.
Let's switch.
Okay.
31% fucking CO2 tax. 31% fucking CO2 tax. No, I don't like that. I don't want anyone in my chat to be going through something like that. That's not okay.
I can't.
I really dislike that. What are you gonna do with those eggs?
I can equip them. I can eat them.
Hmm? You can eat. Huh? Would you like an egg in this trying time?
Would you like an egg?
Combine your red herbs, I think.
I can't combine. You can't do that.
You can't? Oh.
Hold on. I have to eat this
Wait,
egg.
hold on. Oh, she goes over.
That's a full heal, by the way.
Fuck!
Don't my bad.
That's my fault. Okay.
No, it's fine. We were trying to kill space.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, fuck it. Let's fucking go. I need to turn off my filter. Turn off your filter,
turn off your filter.
My filter is off! No, it's still on. I can't turn it off.
Streamer mode?
What?
Streamer
Is that
mode?
a person? Why would they do something like this? We need to leave. This is a Nurgle cult now.
What?
This is a Nurgle cult.
Wait, hold on. Give me this.
There's like a... So there's a
there's magnum
sacrifice of a person here, and it's like, they're strung up really bad.
Ah. Oh, that sounds not good.
Fucking... I know that noise.
Wow, that sound is not good. Yep. Okay, I'm on my way.
You know, the fact that someone went made me laugh, but it did worry me. I can't break his neck?
Okay.
Why can't I break his neck? I'm asking real questions here.
Racially motivated crimes.
Racially motivated crimes. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Just don't die.
Oh,
Okay? Ah, look, the enemy.
That's a big guy.
Interesting. Behind you, behind you. Run forward right now.
I
Like,
am.
forward.
I am. I see him.
Okay, I'm reloading. I'm gonna get hit. I'll take this out, I don't care.
This place sucks right now.
I'm legging him. Oh, Jesus!
Oh, fuck you, kicked. I'm just kicking random people. I'm sure I'm kicking them. Look at dick.
Run for it.
Okay, I almost got hit there, but fine. Chat, is this real?
Chat, is this damage real?
Chat, am I really bleeding out?
Wow, you guys, you are a agile motherfucker. Thank you for the shotgun charge, I appreciate it very much.
You? I'm gonna punch you. You fucking do that stupid fucking bend backwards shit, I'm gonna punch you.
Bend backwards. Is anything ever real? No. Nothing's real, man. The only real thing are the friends we make along the way.
Take
I
a
actually mean
knee.
that
Take a
genuinely,
knee,
I'm dead serious.
motherfucker. Take a fucking knee right now.
Okay. Walk backwards,
Wait.
walk backwards, walk backwards. No problem. Run this way.
Wait, we
No
have to
issue,
probably kill
good.
the traps. Okay, that's probably what we have to do. Remember the holes?
Good. Oh, the holes. The holes are on this side. That's what my son direction tells me. The holes are over here.
Not the hose, the holes.
Alright. I'm leading the other one over here, by the way. We need to lane backwards.
Okay, I don't think that matters then. Either that or is a switch to activate.
Come on, use your legs. There we go. Good. Good. You're going this way. This is exactly where I want you. Come on, follow me. I don't want you to bother him. You're
I
my
got a
target.
Python. An S and W.
Run this way. Good. Good. Do that thing. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Machine gun ammo. I'm gonna go this way. Good. Good. Go this way.
Oh, okay, that doesn't matter. Got it.
I'm looping, by the way.
Sorry, I hadn't realized that there's a fucking matter. I have a Python. I have the big iron.
Oh, you have the big iron.
The big iron. Big iron.
Go this way. Good. Right,
Take
that's
a
happening. We
fucking
can fix
knee
this, no
and
problem.
fuck off.
I almost died. In the worst way.
Ow.
I didn't hit a dodge prompt.
I just fucking saw. I saw him fucking holler and then just smack him. Can you kill these things?
I haven't figured it out yet.
I shoot him in the legs and I punch him. Asshole.
Good, we're doing good. One on my right. Fuck!
Ah, asshole. What an ass.
Oh, Jesus.
Run to me, run to me. Okay,
Sorry.
that's fine.
I
Oh,
can help you
he's
at the same
dead!
time. We got one down?
Yeah, he's dead. He's actually dead.
Okay.
Yeah, the uppercut strategy is actually working with him. Get punched.
I don't care. Hit me. I don't care.
Get punched again.
Blue Enigma. Oh shit! There's a guy.
Another one?
Die?
I'm just beatboxing on this
Okay.
guy. Hold on.
The enemy, the animus. The enemy, the animus.
I almost
Going
got...
with 5 bombs using a handgun. All right, bitch. You know what? You're so fucking right.
Okay, is this real?
Fuck this shit. See what you did to me, chat? See
Chat,
what you did?
What have you done? Why did you do this to Doggywara? This is your fault.
Did you see what you did to me?
Look what they did to you.
That's why you don't listen to chat, man.
I know, right?
Listen. Thomas is normally a very good person at fucking explaining things. However, why did you stand there? You said place a bomb. And you know what I did? I placed a bomb. I did what you said.
Yeah, you said that.
All I did.
Can I please? No, I can't.
All I did was listen.
I have treasures I can sell. Beal Brown. How much do I get? 8,000. $8,000, dude. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that ever again.
Trail. I controlled him to it. I can do that. But you said all the instruction that you gave me was you said, "Hey, streamer, use bomb," and I did.
Bomb.
I did what I was supposed to do. You said, "Streamer, use bomb." I used bomb.
Okay. Okay, so they do die, by the way. You are just supposed to fucking shoot them in the legs.
Oh, I'm gonna do it better this time.
Yeah. We now know. We can now fuck them up harder. We're now gonna beat the shit out of them. We're gonna make these brown men crippled brown men.
Jesus Christ. I'm placing proximity mines.
The mine? Okay.
I'm placing mines.
He's placing
I'm
mines.
just gonna do it.
Chat, he's placing
I'm
mines.
gonna say fuck away ball.
Chat, he's placing mines.
Chat, mine's real.
Chat, are they real? High explosives real? Is Chris punching the boulder real? Is that in this game? Chat?
I will use care next time to hold your hand. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, he wants to hold your hand. That's so nice of him. That's so sweet of him.
I hate chat. Never trust chat. Never trust chat. Never trust chat. They just want you to be killed. Yo, this care, he's gonna gently guide me towards the enemy.
Actually, hold on.
Okay, this is where you put the bomb, and here you walk away. Don't be retarded, alright?
That's impossible for me. Oh, you meant yourself, sorry.
Yeah, look, man.
Look, I'm sorry, I either swing at myself or swing at someone else.
We wouldn't be VTubing if, yeah.
If we did swing at people?
Yeah. Or if we were smart. We'd be doing something else.
Get fucking punched! Holy shit, punched him through the window.
Don't eat the 9mm.
There's Magnum ammo here.
Well, that's for you, it's not for me.
Well, Magnum is for the revolver that you probably want. Take a fucking D. Doggy, you just died. Doggy just died. Yeah, Doggy just died. Am I dead? Am I in that gun? Jet, hold on. Am I dead? Doggy died. Doggy's fucking dead. Doggy's dead! No! He died! No! Fuck! Hold on. Oh, I gotta check out something.
Your stream fucking die?
You died!
I missed Doggy. Oh no.
He died!
It did die. That's not good.
I was wondering why it was like suddenly alone. Like, Doggy? Hello, Doggy?
I was shooting this fucking guy for like 30 seconds, and I'm just like, why won't he get hit?
Oh god, I'm with the
That's
AI
weird.
shiver. Shit, I'm with AI shiver. This is terrible.
Okay. Can I just jump in?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Switch the game session? Alright. Okay.
I sure hope
Thomas,
that...
tell me your stream's working. Oh, waiting. Okay, we're waiting for replies. Okay, we're doing okay. Today's a good day. I have soda. I went for my run. I got a
Soda!
salad. I'm happy.
Why do these guys make such fucking clown noises? Jesus Christ.
Are you also dying?
Me? No.
My you left me on red on Resident Evil 5. I need you to reply.
To play
I
me...
showed you my shotgun. Please answer me.
Doggy is supposed to join at the next checkpoint. So you have to die or we have to...
Is your ISP mess with you again? Yeah, I think we're having one of those days.
Hold on. No,
We've
please
been here for 4.5 hours. Oh my
please
god.
restart the game. Hold on. We'll restart.
Restart. Ow.
Yeah, I have to restart the moment. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I'll restart as well, I guess.
I will
No
store
issue.
my eggs. I love my eggs. Egg. Egg. Egg.
Eggy. Egg.
Egg.
Danny DeVito. Fucking stream elements. He's now live.
Jeez.
African children will receive their donations from the supermarket. I really should not have made that the title. I am okay. I should not have fucking. Hi, Angela. Welcome to the stream. We were supposed to be playing a video game, but apparently
his machine exploded. Please.
the game decided to kill itself.
Ah, okay, so that's
So
only,
we're gonna fix that.
that's only okay. That's only capacity where that does that. Direct. Okay.
There
So I'll
we
just
go.
upgrade my capacity and I get a free reload. Jack Daniels. Can I get free Jack Daniels?
Oh, you want free Jack Daniels?
Yeah. Are you? Hold on. I forget I have to invite you again. Invite
There's
you.
a guy on the left like your nips. What is your obsession with my fat fucking mongoloid man tits?
Who said that? What the fuck?
Angela, she really
Okay,
likes.
she's thirsty. She needs
I don't
to
know
go
if she's
drink.
thirsty more than she's like.
She's thirsty.
I don't think it's thirst.
There's a
I
little
think
bit
that
of
she
thirst.
just enjoys being the kind of person she is, and I respect that.
What, a perv? Yeah, she's kind of a perv. Did you get the
She
invite?
does what she does.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Take it down.
Video games! They work.
Video games!
I don't think the guy on the left likes my fucking nipples. I'll be completely honest with you.
No, I
Run
don't
game.
really. I like big titties.
See? He hates me.
Doggy, however, is actually impressive male specimen.
What does that mean?
It means
An impressive
It means-
male specimen.
he is strong. He is impressive. He is cool.
Yeah, I'm a little based on occasions, but
I'm a little silly at times, chat, he says as he pulls up. Like, we're gonna start killing Africans today! I'm a little silly, chat.
I get a little silly sometimes. Sometimes I go to a fucking warring country and just say, "Oh, yeah, I don't like this race. Let's keep it fucking going." All right. I was told to upgrade this gun beyond fucking any form of
Oh yeah, you get infinite ammo if you fully upgrade certain weapons, like the pistol.
all my money towards a shotgun. We're fucking playing the Ithaca, chat.
He's worshipping the shotgun. He understands the reason why shotguns deserve love. If a shotgun was a woman, he would put a ring on it and then cage it, and then use it all the time.
However, my favorite gun is the Beretta 50 cal.
Beretta 50 cal. Is that the 53 or the 60?
That should be the fit. Is it the 53?
Holy
shit! You're making me question myself.
So I know there's two versions because of a educational video game, which unfortunately that's where I get most of my information from.
Yeah.
Reality is a meme to me. Reality is a joke. I don't believe it. What'd you?
Come here.
What'd you have?
Yeah. Stay right there for a second.
Oh! Thank you.
Yeah, our health is back at the start, so we need to start over. Okay, you take those things right there. I'm gonna place mines again.
Okay.
Cause I fucked up last time. Did the mines kill you?
They did hurt me a bit, but it's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna patch them. Do you see where I am?
Yeah, where are you?
They're being African.
Okay, I see you. I have 30 rifle rounds now.
30.
31. I'm not a big fan of that gun.
Not a big fan of the government.
Oh my god.
Wow,
That is not good.
Wow, that's... Okay. You
Check.
go.
Ow. Why would you do that to yourself? I asked the man with the explosive bow.
I'm not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of the government.
I am no longer a fan of the government.
Otto. Well, you are an enemy if I've ever seen one. Ah, they're both on me. Isn't that fun?
I have 10 rounds in this fucking weapon. Can I fucking hit?
Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government.
Not a big fan. Not a big fan. By the way, they're both after me, by the way.
Ah, that's impressive. Could you bring them over to the place where they shouldn't be?
Probably. I punched
Watch your
one.
passing, by the way.
Yeah, I punched one, sorry. So if you go from the top, by the way, for some reason the game realizes that you went around and decides that, yeah, that's actually right way. Please. You're a dumbass.
There's a virus one here.
He ran right into it, by the way.
He did?
Yeah, you're
Base as fuck.
You like ran right into it, like, you stupid dumbass. You saw it, too. I know you saw it. I know you just ignored it.
You know,
are you juggling him?
Yeah. I'm learning how this game works. Ito, one. There's two. Run. Bring him over to my mine. Not a big fan! Not a big fan!
Okay. Sorry, I messed up. I was gonna punch him, but I couldn't.
Grenade. Not a big fan of the government.
I'm gonna keep punching you until you learn to respect me. I just have to show you this is my version of love, okay? I'm going to keep beating you until you learn something.
Yep. That's how you do it.
Alright, that's it.
Oh, that's not good.
Punch! Oh, okay. Missed that one. We have piercing, sorry. Fuck you.
Sorry, I'm currently fighting against the government. Oh, look, the enemy. You don't need these legs.
He does not need kneecaps. He is banned from kneecaps.
Not a big fan of the government.
Not a big fan of these kneecaps.
Oh, the enemy.
I like how we're talking shit and then we get hit and then we go back to just talking shit. I'm just stun locking him. This is so sad.
Chat, is this real? Ah, that's a lot of people on me. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, we got a hand grenade. Sweet, free armorants.
Good. We're doing good. Okay.
Okay. He disintegrated to goo.
Wow. He was stuck behind something. We cussed the guy out for a second.
Yeah, I was, I got him. Ah! Get off her.
Oh, Jesus!
Fuck, come on. So mean. I helped
Hold
him
on.
and he died.
Where are you? Where are you? Don't die, okay?
Okay, Chris, you need to do the HK slap and not like that.
Alright.
Take a knee.
I need you alive. Take a knee.
Take a fucking knee. I'm not joking.
Ammo that I don't need.
Sorry, I'm making a man kneel.
Every man's dream.
Sucker.
Okay.
I love the fact that I was
Is there?
sub-locking him.
Okay. I need you to drink your fucking herbs. Drink your smoothie, I'll fight.
Fine. My mom. God.
Oh, 30 on 30, okay. Ah.
How you join the hand cam?
Oh.
I love hand cams. They're fucking great.
Oh my god, the Magnum feels really good.
It feels real good.
Oh, that feels good. Oh, that
We killed them all
felt
by
really
they're all
good.
dead, by the way.
Oh, that felt really good.
Yeah. That's power, son. That's power.
Mm-hmm. 1 second. Equip.
I'm so glad I managed to grab that and just dodge. I'm so sick.
Not a big fan of the government.
Alright, more shotgun
Alright.
ammo, which I could probably
Let's see.
shove
Let's raid this
onto-
place and take their shit.
trade machine gun ammo with me.
Oh, you want? Oh, yeah, I have stuff for you. Yes. Come here. I have gifts. I have several gifts, actually.
There you go.
Here you go. Here you go.
Actually, I'm gonna give this
That's
to you as well.
you. Thank you.
Oh, and I have
bye,
magnum ammo
bye.
for you.
Wow.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
different slot? It's a different slot, but
Yeah.
this gun.
So I am far range, medium range, and the close range of pistol.
I'm doing what I normally do. Next chapter, I think I'm gonna call it.
That's fine. We'll probably have, like I said, we'll have to do this in multiple sets. That's what I figured.
Yeah. I'm at 4.5 hours and I need to eat. My roommate bought me food.
Another path, block path. Go figure. Yep. So we gotta figure out a puzzle here.
You know what stream idea I had?
What's that?
I speedrun Silent Hill 2 because I'm genuinely interested in learning to speedrun, but like every locked door I hit, I take a shot, but I think I'll die.
I think that's not healthy. That's a trap.
No, yeah, I think it's a really bad idea, but I think it would be a good stream.
I mean, I guess it's I mean, I thought, but I did the God Hand Death Run because I thought it'd be a good idea. And you know what? I'm thinking of extending
was
it
it a
by
good
doing.
idea?
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's fucking great. I've been getting gains
Ooh.
because it's just
Ooh.
because I've been doing like every death is like is a set.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, every death is a set technically. Like, it's like one set, so it's like 50. 25 push-ups to 35 push-ups to 45 push-ups to 50 push-ups because that's kind of getting up to my limit.
Okay, hold on. New idea. Every locked door that I hit during the speed run, I take a shot and I do push-ups or curls. No, I do squats. I do the worst fucking thing on the planet.
Oh man, I
will die that stream.
I had to stop doing ankle-related exercises because I realized that I probably made one of my ankles so I sprained one of my ankles really bad, so like, I don't want to sprain it again. I don't want to get to that point where I can't walk again.
Oh.
So I had to just do calf.
That's understandable.
Yeah, so all I did was squats and like lunges. That way it was like, go across the bridge, by the way.
I thought it to the other side, right?
You have to go down. And then you can open it from the other side, yeah.
Got it.
The God Hand streams I think are great. I have a friend who wants to get a game going probably this Monday, so I'll definitely have to move it to Tuesday. Because I want to keep it up. Oh. I thought you could... I'm retarded, I'm sorry. That was me. That was me.
No. I'm fucking speechless, man.
We
weren't supposed to die like that.
Oh my god.
I didn't expect to die from opening a door.
Man, this game's thrilling, right? You know, you just
I
open
really like this game. This is fun.
Okay, it starts us back here.
Okay, we don't have to fight them again. So yeah. I should not a big fan. Not a big fan.
Oh my god. They got mechanisms, they got mechanics. These tribes people advanced. This is like the most advanced African tribe we've seen dead. Holy shit.
So
I mean, what do you mean?
Going here is a trap. I need to go around.
No, go through. I fucked up. That was me. Go to the door.
Oh, you did something wrong? I thought I did something wrong.
No, I did something wrong. I thought you were through the door. Okay.
Alright, you gotta meet
now I do that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Alright.
Oh my god.
So
we could probably still do the oh my god, we could do a bunch of fucking karaoke at the end. So it's time to follow this track.
What the fuck? What hit me? A snake?
Yeah, there's snakes.
You fucking bitch! You fucking stupid whore!
God.
You know what, Snake? You won that fight. You get to fucking hit me. I'm not gonna kill you.
You won this round, Snake.
You won this one. I'll give it to you. I won't kill you unless you fucking attack me again. That's your chance at life.
Oh god.
Okay, so what should I do? Let's see. There's a bunch of stuff here. There should be a crank on my side, right?
There's a door.
There's a door.
I don't know if you have to go outside and go around to open it or not. Come on. Doggy.
Oh, Doggy. There's a whole everything over here. I shouldn't go this way yet.
Right there. Is there a door over here?
We got it. Open.
Thanks.
Yeah. This shit here. You need that red shit.
I got.
I don't need this rifle ammo. I do need this gold.
Give me that sniper rifle ammo or Remington.
Open.
30-06, as they call it. 30-06.
I need you to increase your health.
You need me to increase my health? Okay, I'll use it.
Sometimes I feel like if you use it on me, it loses value, but it doesn't.
It does not.
It does what it's supposed to do anyway, but like
it does really it at extended value. So basically, team healing another person, being nice. Oh, that's a lot of snakes! Holy shit! This is infestation. There's a fucking infestation. Also, this one had an egg.
Oh. What is with you and your eggs, man?
Bro. Oh, this one has a white egg. Get this one. Egg.
What are you talking about?
This is an egg down here.
I forgot that snakes lay eggs. There's a... Wait,
No, they
hold on.
eat eggs. Okay, snakes will sneak into chicken coops and will eat the eggs. I mean, they can still die by, like, a rooster or a chicken, because chickens have, like, really sharp claws on the bottom, which are the main defense mechanism, but, like, snakes will, like, just sneak in and eat them.
Okay, I have learned of beasts.
Did you know I raised? Did you know I technically handled chickens and I handled cows. We had to get rid of them because they were too expensive, and the fencing for them was not good enough. You need like real good fencing for cattle.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not know that, actually.
I've milked a goat.
The fuck you're gonna put... Wait. Can you put that on your tombstone?
I milked a goat. Yes. Bombed the building and milked a goat. Hell yeah.
Christ. Wait. You put it on your tombstone, but you don't put your name there.
Yeah.
You just put it. Just says bomb the building and milk the goat, and it's like, who is he? Who is he? What did he do?
It's me.
Okay, I'm getting better at this game. All right.
No, you came back in. Actually,
No.
yeah, you have 14 seconds. You have 14 minutes. See? You can now play Lost in Nightmares.
We're kind of fucking nice. We got used to the controls. Okay. So.
Are we gonna stop here, or you want to go one more?
We're gonna stop here because it is almost 11 o'clock, and I need to eat because I need to take care of myself. I did my run. I burned all my calories.
Chat, thank you for
Thanks for the
hanging out
stream.
with Doggywara.
Yes.
Thank you, Doggywara, for having me, and thank you for having a good time. Because
Thank you
I
for
like
having
it.
me.
I like it when people have a good time. So the fact that you had a good time means I had a good time.
I as well. I didn't think I would enjoy this game as much as I do. It's just this game is actually really fucking fun. The last time I played it was with my stepfather, and I haven't seen my stepfather in years. I'm just like, yeah, this is fun. Army of Two. Oh my god, Army of Two. I will play Army of Two with you if you ever want to play that game.
Oh my god.
I think we can figure it out.
I would probably.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
Yeah, we can probably figure it out because I would love to play that.
The game is so fucking fun. All right, what do I do? How do I
Children
hit?
will receive your donations.
I love seeing the one egg in your inventory where it's just like, I need this the most. Guns, ammo, fucking drugs, egg.
Egg. I need that protein. That protein is so important, chat.
Egg. Okay.
Egg?
How do I leave properly? It autosaves, so I should be okay to just press the button, right?
Yeah, you just.
So I just press Alt F4.
Maybe.
Okay, it's easy. Okay, chat. I'm done. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for watching me fucking bullshit this game. Yeah, O2 Dog, my dudes. O2 Dog. I'm pressing the end stream. Good night.
Good night.
Bye bye. I am a fucking survival horror streamer now. I'm fucked. It's over. The content
Don't
shows me I
forget
did
to check out at Doggywara twitch.tv or twitch.tv/Doggywara.
It's okay, you don't have to do any of that actually.
I'm going to advertise myself here. Please
Of
check
course you
me
can, go ahead.
out at Ugokukage at twitch.tv/Ugokukage with the K.
Hold on, wait. I can do 19 times better
Thank you.
than you were doing right now. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment.
I do streams Monday, well not this
Found
Monday
it.
because I have a thing with a friend. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, mainly. I mean, if anything, this Saturday might just be taken up automatically. Just for the fucking constant evil streams.
It's over. It's over.
It's amazing. It's going places.
Hold
We
on,
have.
let me click this, then I click this. Got it.
Oh man, I should probably talk to you about something else before once you're about to go by.
No, yeah, it's fine. I don't mind. I just need to decompress because the moment I hit the end stream button
Yeah.
is when the fact that I've been streaming for 5 hours is gonna hit me.
Okay. Actually, I should probably leave as. I should leave the idea to basically. We'll end the stream here. Thank you everyone for participating this Sunday.
Thank you.
I have managed to fix my computer finally to make it stop updating every fucking Sunday, which was the thing that was clogging up my computer and making it die. Thank you, Doug. Again, thank you, Doggy. I'm gonna head out. I am Goku Kage. This is Doggywara. You all have a good night. He is a figment of my imagination. He is what I aspire to be. With those fucking pecs. We gotta get strong. Oh, you
places.
You love it? You like it?
That's fucking quality.
Alright.
That's
Y'all
good.
have a good night.
That's good visuals.
Thank you.